What's up, everybody? Welcome to 2v2's Bizarre Tournament, the training arc. I am Delthius. How's it going, guys and gals? Just waiting for the event to start. Hope everyone is doing well. If you haven't heard about this, what we have going on is a beginner paired up with an expert 2v2 tournament in which the expert player has to play purposely bad decks on top of it. So I think the tournament is getting started here. We are just kind of waiting for everybody to check in and you know, just basic behind the scenes TO stuff. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing awesome. I think Marmu will also be streaming some of the matches here. So it should be pretty fun. Let me see. I think this is supposed to be the right bracket now. So let me pop over to that if I do a little bit of this. A little bit of that. Oh, wait. A little bit of that. Okay. So this is the current tournament bracket. Might turn the game down just a smidgen. There we go. Then I can turn it up right there so it sounds pretty decent for the levels. Hooray, technology. Okay, so we've got... See, I don't know who these teams are, though. Can I, like, click on this? Oh, yeah, nice. So, Planet Cruising Black Cats is Cater paired up with Heartseed. Oh, I'm interested to see Heartseed play today. He's pretty good. Crystal Beast is Rozzy. Let me see if I can find out who Rozzy is paired with. I have a little bit of behind-the-scenes cheat sheet here. I don't see Rozzy, so I don't know what that one is yet. Okay. Don't recognize the name. Then down here we've got Wild Pimpinkin. See, that's a proper team name, man. I don't have to guess who's on Team Wild Pimpinkin. I think that's Wildkin and Big Pimpintosh. So we've got them versus Breakfast Champions here. Who's that? We've got Snatch and Marmu. Awesome. Marmu casting and playing in the event. More power to ya. Alright, then we got Pigeon Army waiting for Planet Cruising Black Cats versus Crystal Beast to finish up. Let's see who this is. Pigeon Army. Obviously Pigeon Rush, I'd have to guess. Is it Melvin Fro and Pigeon Rush? Let me see. Yep. Okay. We want to get some warm-up games in? Honestly, I play a 1v1 or something if I need to stall that much, just for fun, if anybody wants to. How many games will be casted? I think we're gonna cast one match per round. I think is the idea to help keep this thing moving quickly. Maybe Premium Bow can direct us to other matches in the meantime, that sort of thing. I'd imagine, Marmu, you're probably just gonna be casting your team's involvement in the tournament. I think that sounds reasonable. I'm gonna mute the old phone-a-roni here. Hope everyone's doing good, man. I am doing great today. Let's see. Alright, where are we at? We got new name, Inc. Oh, snap, Protocam. Well, see, I'm not sure how many people checked in, though, so I don't want to get too hyped, but who's Protocam supposed to be with? Let's see. I don't see him on my list, but that list is old as of yesterday. Maybe Protocam joined up at the last minute. Still might be subject to change. Yeah, no big deal. Illuminatus, Plant, Eel, and Sickle, right? With Nick Plant. I like it. Okay, Plant, Eel, and Sickle is a pretty good team name. We need to have a team name vote, I think. But the Wild Pimpinkin is awesome as well. I can't even try with this one. I'm gonna say WG. We got Lego Man, Team WG. With Fen Kuchen. Is that Obscuchen? Or is it somebody else? Versus TBD. Is TBD? No, that's not. It's not a thing. That's just a blank. Okay. The Banana Neons. Alright, Banana Neons is pretty good. That might be my favorite team name. You don't need to stall that much. Okay, cool. I I am performing the perfect length of stalling. That's good to know. Alright. Alright. So we got Kerpa and Luke Edge, the Bananinians. That was my password. See, I wonder if that's coincidence. No, Kerpa, I think that has to be, because Kerpa wasn't in the top 4 of 21 clues, right? I have a horrible memory, but that was Mishi, Airlu, Melvin, and Cyanide. Cyanide was the wild card on that one. But that's funny, because my password for that, for the finals, the cast, it was Banana. I don't think Kerpa could have known that. Anyways, weird coincidence. Team number B. Oh, I'm sorry. Kerpa is with Luke Edge. Yeah, I already said that. We got team number B, which is Epicosity and Unknown on the list I have. So this should be fun. It's going to be straightforward for the most part. Ooh, Sly Fox. Nice. Happy to see Sly Fox. So it's a double elimination. So basically what that means is all the matches are going to be 2 out of 3. All the rounds, right? And you can lose once. Is really what double elimination comes to. I'm not sure how the semi versus the finals is going. Sometimes, yeah. So this bracket, this is what we call a bracket reset right here, and this actually does make sense. Some people kind of hark on it, but I think it's fair because the idea is you can lose one best of 3, right? And if you happen to make it to the finals without losing a best of 3, well, you still get to lose one best of 3 since everybody else got to, right? Because if you lose a round, you go down to the loser's bracket, and essentially you got to lose 2 matches to really be eliminated. And that should apply to the finalists if they make it here undefeated. Let me see. See if we have a match lined up here shortly, but it should be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I like Wild Pimpican. I like the Bananinians. That's a really good name. Plant Eel and Sickle is not bad either. Planet Cruising Black Cats. Now, is this a theme name? I mean, we've got Heartseed, who's got, you know, the cat emote, or icon, rather, for Discord. Boomer549. It's a solid password. Yeah, Marbus should be streaming. Maybe he's not now. If his stream isn't up, I'm not really sure what to tell you on that one. But the plan was for him to stream as well. If he's not, it's not a big deal. All good either way. Yeah, if his stream's not up, then maybe he just decided against it, or I'm not sure. So yeah, just need a few more minutes. Hope everyone's doing good. Let me see. Double elimination, 2v2. And the big thing... Oh yeah, I wonder if I have any information on the crazy decks. Let me see. Well, I guess I can't really spoil that even if I do know. Alright. I guess I need to find my own match here to stream. Let me see in the Discord if I can get a match going together to start. Did I see the chart of the players Caterjon sent? Not that I see. Oh, and organizers? Okay, yeah. Nice. Anybody not start their game yet? I guess I have to find the match who's gonna be streamed, so. Let me do that. Bam! Alright, so there's a nice little chart of who is going in. Okay. Looks like Heartseed's match is ready, so I can hop into that. Is everybody there, though? Because it looks like there's only 3 or 4 people in the lobby. Bam. Okay, so we've got Airlu and Heartseed and Cater here. So let me look back at the bracket and see what we're playing. So Airlu in Z is Crystal Beasts. So we got Crystal Beasts versus Planet Cruising Black Cats. But I think Airlu is missing his partner, which is Z. Z's on standby? Alright, well, while they get that sorted, let me get my bracket put together. Alright, so we've got Crystal Beasts. Off to a great start here. Hey, players are in position, so I guess I can't complain too much. And Planet Cruising Black Cats. Bam. Alright. Looking good. Okay. So let me see what's up in Discord. I was just told the room is up and I had no idea. Didn't know that meant to you. Okay. Alright. Alright, I think that must be Z coming on in. I think so. I think they're still chatting in Discord. I'm failing to be entertaining in the fill. I'm running out of fill energy. I'm ready for these games to start. Let's see. We've got Cater and Heartseed is going to be on a team together. I don't know why Cater and Airlu are on the same team. They need to swap teams around a little bit. Hopefully they figure that out. It should be Airlu and Z, which I guess is Torak Foxfang. There we go. Now they've got their teams put it together correctly, and we just need Heartseed to come back. And back on the Discord. All right, all right, all right. It looks like we're off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. We got it figured out. All the teams are locked in correctly. Everybody's here. We're ready for the first match in a best of 3 between the Crystal Beasts and Planet Cruising Black Cats. And I spelled that wrong, but I noticed it in an appropriate amount of time. Bam. Bam, bam. Got it. Got it. All right. Got my coffee here. I'm only 15 minutes behind. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Players are just waiting to lock in. Airlu's ready to roll. Not messing around. He's got the barbed wire. He's got the cannon, which is pretty fun for a 2v2. Maybe he's helping Torak select what they want. I guess they threw away the crazy deck idea. I don't know. Yeah, that might be out the window. It's all good either way. I think the spirit of the tournament remains, even with people just playing whatever decks they want. experts playing with beginners. And over on the top right, we've got Heartseed and Cater. Heartseed, the expert. He actually coined the terms. Let me see what the terms are here. So I say that right. Master player and apprentice. Bam. Too many bams. Gotta limit the bams. At the bottom left, we have the apprentice Torak Foxfang and the master Araloo. And this is a pretty good looking map, to be honest, for a solid fair 2v2 to start the day off with. Plenty of expansion opportunities for both sides here. Looks a little bit better for blue and green if things go crazy long. And I like what Torak is running, also known as Z. If I say Z, that's our blue player. A little bit of defense, the ferret, the fox. It's always a fun style to try. Araloo looks like he's... Alright, so Araloo is running a little bit crazy. No squirrels. And I'm not sure exactly what kind of back-end deck limitations are going on, if there actually are any. There might not be. So Araloo may or may not be forced out of using squirrels. I'm sure somebody in chat might say something. And meanwhile, Heartseed is opening up with a few snakes. And the game is progressing for the time being. So we just need a little bit for it to build up here. A little bit of barbed wire coming up. Okay, Heartseed only has toads as tier 1, and Araloo can't use squirrels. Yeah, that was the only, those were the deck restrictions. Thank you. I figured the chat would catch up eventually. I am on a little bit of a delay here. I try to run that for tournaments. So some ferrets on the way for Z. And some lizards to poke and prod. But so far, nothing crazy yet this match. Just a lot of barbed wire coming down on both sides. Araloo looks like he's trying to expand up a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I think the restrictions were just that Araloo couldn't bring squirrel and Heartseed had to use toads, according to Eel and the chat. You could let me know what they are, Previabo. That would help. That definitely would help. Green and blue moving in. Trying to get something done here, but nice defense from red and yellow. For the time being, pushing them back. One ferret still remains for Z, though. But a lot of the tier 2 is still on the board here for Heartseed. Alright, a little bit of lag here, but Z is moving in with some ferrets. Getting some harassment done to the pigs. And again, more aggression here. Not a lot of expansions being taken just yet. Yellow and red beginning to move out onto the map. And they've honestly taken a lot of really good engagements here. The snakes getting a lot of work done for Heartseed. A couple of them about to go down, but they managed to stay alive. The pigeons here for Cater really helping on the front lines. And Araloo is really trying to rely on these skunks and falcons. Hasn't gone. He did get a cannon up, but it's not quite finished yet. It's going to take a little bit more time, but red and yellow are pushing forward. And I think that cannon was just sold there. Araloo getting into some more tier 2. As Z starts to push him back. These couple ferrets getting a little bit of work done. Araloo's got the economic advantage here. He's the only player with an established second base. Heartseed's getting one up and running as well. And again, another movement. These Toads from Heartseed doing a great job. Smashing forward, eliminating some of the structures here. And it's going to stabilize for now. Lots of aggression this game from red and yellow. Their general strategy has just been to hammer and hammer through, eventually getting something to stick. I think it's slowly starting to work. Z is trying to get a second base established. Heartseed's actually got 2 expansions, but he's really only mining off the third 3 o'clock position. That one in the center is pretty low, is pretty susceptible to fair fire, but honestly, I think red and yellow have just kind of broken through at this point. So Z is going to lose the main gristmill. And what does Heirloom really have left? He's got nothing. He's just trying to build up whatever tier 2 he can. The Skunk Warren is going to go down. And this should be a victory for red and yellow. I like this play out of Z. Going to try to maybe run around with some lizards, but no, goes home to defend, but kind of realizes this is over anyway. Sent to the kitchens. And point number 1 is going to go to the Planet Cruising Black Cats. All right, these teams thinking for a moment, deciding on what they want to go for this next match, but everybody should just be hopping up with another ready here shortly. So pretty good round 1. I mean, a lot of aggression out of Heartseed and Cater. I felt like really embodied that game, you know. Heirloom tried to get up to some second base play, but couldn't quite stop the constant harassment from Cater and Heartseed. And I think just in general between those two players, they had a lot of good units that worked together. Sure, Heartseed couldn't take anything but Toads, but Cater had the Squirrel Lizard, and really just kind of generated a lot of the tier 1, while Heartseed relied on those Falcons and Snakes to just continue to do the real damage from behind and kind of keep the units that require more micro. So it made sense as far as their comp went. That might be in general a good strategy for this tournament, you know. Like let your apprentice player kind of handle like macroing out a lot of the tier 1 while you know, control some of the higher tier units that require a little bit of micro. Let's see. Alright, let's see what is going on in Discord. Let's see why there's a delay here. We should just be hopping into the next match. Let's see what is going on with the players here. Alright, so we're hopping into match number 2 of game 1 here. Okay, so Heirloom and Heartseed have specific entire decks that they're dealt with, and they're gonna have to use these decks throughout the entire tournament. Meanwhile, Torak and Cater are free to use whatever they'd like. I'm just waiting on last few lock-ins here. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. I can't complain. Just kind of hanging out. Excited to see some good games today. And Cater's deciding on that last pick here, thinking about the board, and here we go. Spawning at the bottom, we've got a Heartseed and Cater. And up top, Heirloom and Z. Oh, come on. Why is... Too many windows open. There we go. Alright. Wonder if I can close any of this nonsense. Bam. Alright, so quick squirrels coming out of Z this time around. Cater gonna follow up with his own 5 farm more, and on the back of scouting that out. And so far, I do like the map a little bit better for the Crystal Beasts here. As they get this nice little high ground. They could even place, you know, where Heirloom's setting up his barbed wire right now, you know, an artillery cannon can go down there. And all sorts of crazy nonsense. On the same time, though, if Heartseed manages to take over this territory and grab these campfires for himself, he'd be able to build balloons up here on this high ground, which could also be very oppressive in its own right. So quick, skunks coming out from Heirloom. No, he decides to sell it off. He was even going like pre-8 farm skunks. That was a bit odd. Is he going to try to straight up get an artillery cannon out? Ooh, saving up to 180 food. It looks like it. I'd put it forward. But he doesn't want to put it right in front of his opponents while scouting. Let me see if he's going to sell these warrens off now that they left. Yeah, here comes the artillery. It's in a pretty decent spot. I like it. It's a bit safe. You know, it could have been a little more crazy and place it like right on the edge, but that would also be a lot easier to attack into. Now Heartseed knows about this artillery cannon going up, and lots of barbed wire being taken here to help defend this. No good units from Cater or Heartseed's side to really deal with this barbed wire. Heartseed looks a little scared. I wonder why he built that turret there. What is Heirloom up to? Gonna grab a wolf. Meanwhile, Torak is just building out a lot of tier 1 and some farms. And so far, the Crystal Beasts, you know, setting themselves up to get into a nice mid-game. This artillery cannon is down, which is going to defend, you know, most of this entire area. On their way to 2 base economies. Heirloom even getting out a wolf. You know, lots of greedy play happening on that side of the map. And I'd like to see yellow and red either do something to try to take advantage of that, you know, get in there and hit a timing or something. If they're not going to do that, they really need to show some of their own greed. And here comes Heartseed. Starting to get a second base up and running, but Z moving in by themselves here. Commander unfortunately going down. Probably do some snake poison there. But these squirrels actually getting some work done. A tier 2 dies. A farm dies. At least one. I think maybe 2 farms could have died as well. Cater At the same time, though, moving in to deal some counter damage to Z. Ends up getting a pig. So really, we just need to see an expansion from Cater. There's just so much barbed wire here. But maybe the plan from Araloo is to really defend his apprentice player. Let them macro up, let them get swole behind all his defense. You know, at the same time providing support units like Wolves and Skunk. I kind of like that play, and he can continue to expand this line out. You know, they don't have to be in a rush. They can kind of take their time and eventually become stronger than their opponent later on. And Z's got the Badger on the way. Nice sell on those farms to not block the Badger. Good play. Cater going up to a lot of skunks. 6 skunks on the way. And Z's gonna move out again with this little squad of squirrels. See what they can get done. And clear out this cabin for now. Yellow and red know what's up, and they're trying to put down a little defense of their own. But I'm not sure that's the right line of play. If green is allowed to split the map that they're kind of going about just naturally splitting as the course of this game continues, you know, the Crystal Beasts are going to wind up with a lot more crystals on their side of the map than their opponents. The big fight coming in here, red and yellow pushing through as Araloo tried to establish some more barbed wire. They strike back and say, no, it's not going to be that easy. You know, splitting the map like this is only 6 mils for the planet cruising Black Cats, where we would have, well, I guess it's only 7. I don't know why that looked like more. Yeah, 7 mils for green and blue here. But red and yellow have their Badger. They've got a lot of skunks, both sides, with just insane amounts of skunks here. A little bit of snake harassment over here on the sides, trying to get done what they can. Cater moving in to flank. Actually, just a little backstab with these lizards, not really going to commit. But green and blue know that Cater is out and about with the lizards and is going to move in. These lizards all go down to the barbed wire as the Crystal Beast push through the center. Most of Cater's skunks go down. All the lizards went down as well. That was a very good engagement for the Crystal Beast here. Alright, Heartseed with this expansion in their sights. All this barbed wire did get established, and Z's trying to sneak around the side and attack the edges as well. Blue base is going to go down uncontested as most of Z's army is over here in the south. Going to try to return the favor to Cater, knocking out his expansion. Some lizards come here to meet the squirrels. Lots of red and yellow movement on the way. And Araloo's going to come in from the side and turn this into an all-out flank. But unfortunately for him, I think it was kind of a 1v2 into another 1v2. As Heartseed and Cater clean up. Jeez, look at the army value for Araloo. Keep in mind that does count all the barbed wire and stuff, so. This base is still defended from Cater. Nice defense. They took a strong engagement there. Gonna come in and once again deny these side bases, these auxiliary expansions. Yeah, and I like this. Just go ahead and knock this one out too. Why not? Araloo's on the hunt. Falcons will make short work of these forces once all the anti-air units get weeded out. Nice snipe there on the cannons. So this is where the game's going to get a bit rougher. It's getting more and more difficult to secure expansions and to keep them up. You know, both teams have been doing a good job of trying to strike around the sides. Really, yellow and red, the planet cruisers, have been doing that the most effectively. You know, denying some of these auxiliary bases over and over. Z does manage to get that 9 o'clock up for now, as Heartseed's going to dance with some units in the front. Needs to be careful with this harassment. You know, these Wolf Buff Falcons can definitely shut that down, out-chase the regular Falcons. And this barbed wire is actually a real pain to deal with. There's no units that can really effectively just kind of walk through and clear this. Maybe skunks and pigeons. Yeah, but really what you want is something like chameleons or moles. Oh man. I didn't even notice 10 ferrets coming out of Z. A great transition here. Good siege breaking units, you know, when we've kind of stalemated where neither player wants a direct attack. You can fire from the safety of your territory with these ferrets. Heirloom's gonna push in though and capture most of Cater's army left by itself, and is gonna kite Heartseed away from Z. Z's moving in the back. It's got one badger and a whole bunch of ferrets. I love this army comp. Z smashing through, needs to target down this balloon with the badger. But other than that, can basically just go to town. Meanwhile, Heirloom's trying to defend against the forces of both yellow and red. Heirloom losing his only mining base, going down to starvation. Z is just letting the ferrets go to work. Meanwhile, microing the badger to try to focus down as many gristmills as possible. But this one falcon, but however, he eliminates Heartseed. Oh my god. This has become a base race scenario, and Z is absolutely going to win it. Heirloom defended well enough to delete enough of the opponent's army. Meanwhile, Z, through the back end, knocks all the gristmills out with the ferrets in the badger. Wonderful play there. Tying things up 1-1. Man, I love that call at the end. That was really smart. I'm being like OCD about these scoreboard numbers. Oops, now I'm grabbing the wrong thing. Oh gosh. Don't want to adjust the size. Yeah, there we go, close enough. Oh no. Just waiting on these players to ready up for round number 3 here. Game number 3 in match number 1, I suppose. Or did you say match 3 in game 1? I think game 3 in match 1 is correct. Sounds correct to me. Alright, my little numbers are looking good. Okay, looks like everybody's readied up. Okay. So this is the 3rd game in match number 1. So by this time, hopefully the experts can work with their apprentice, master and apprentice, and figure out, okay, these are the weaknesses of my deck, therefore I need you to kind of use these units. I think that's kind of cool. It's like a little mini game that the master player has to figure out. And then at the same time, you know, you don't want to get your apprentice player too far out of their comfort zone by filling in the gaps that your deck is missing. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. And the right, representing Planet Cruising Black Cats, we've got Heartseed and Cater. And over to the left, on Crystal Beasts, we've got Heirloom and Z, aka Torak, Foxfang. Mole Rush here out from Z. Z's just easier to say. Torak Foxfang is a pretty sick name. Sounds like a Star Fox villain. Alright, Z's waiting for all three, but gonna get busted by Heartseed and just gonna move out, try to get in. Heartseed is not selling off the farms and actually loses one because of it. 2 moles go down, but if you sell off the last mole, no, Z's gonna lose it. But hey, gets one farm. Needs to pack it up and get out of here. But continuing the mole rush. Meanwhile, yeah, there we go. Packs it up and goes home. Yeah, experienced player decks stay the same for each round, but then they swap up. Oh, look at the Z's doubling down! Heartseed's not here! Z's winning the tournament here, man. Look at this. Gets 2 more farms. That's huge. And you can just pack it up and go home again. I'm gonna try to get this turret too. Yeah, overstaying the welcome a little bit, but hey, sell those mole horns off and go home. That's all you need to do at this point. Gonna engage these squirrels. Gonna try for the farm. What a bad man. Oh my god, even had to sell that. Got 90 food worth of value off the tier 2 warrants. Dude, Torak is just not stopping. Alright. Is that it? Or are we still going? Oh, let's go. Alright, what's Araloo doing? Araloo's throwing down the barbed wire. Getting up the skunks. Meanwhile, Z is just being a nuisance. Alright, there's too many squirrels here. You gotta go home now, bud. We're gonna go one more hoorah, Z. Unstoppable. Mole machine. Alright, but for real, you gotta go. Nope. Now he's gonna lose the Warrens. Ooh, gets one out at least. What's up, Protocam? Good to see you. I do have the stream on a little bit of a delay. I like to do that for tournaments. Just feels right. Feels right to me. Alright, here's a big counterattack. Torak! Oh my god, they're going straight into the boar. I love it. But can Araloo hold this off on his own? This barbed wire doing so much work. No units that are good at dealing with this. Needs to buy a little bit of time for this artillery. Cater tries to focus it down. It doesn't happen. These snakes are making mincemeat out of these skunks, though. However, the gas will eventually kill the snakes. I think that win is about as good as Araloo could have hoped for, but eventually does not get that artillery cannon up. Torax almost got the 180 bucks they need for the boar, but this counter aggression is just too much, I feel like. With Araloo having no tier 1, and Z really committing so hard with the moles, going for this boar follow-up was very, very ballsy. But they might actually get away with it. Like, they really needed Z to just come home and build tier 1, I feel like. But this makes for a better story, better episode of the anime. With the boar coming out here. This is hype. I'm actually hyped right now. Let's see this. Let's see if it's gonna happen. What, 20 more seconds for the boar. Alright, tries to target fire it down. So much damage is coming in. Araloo's got a decent amount of skunks holding down the fort for the Big Daddy boar, but unfortunately that boar has a high percentage chance of just getting poisoned to death, I feel like. You know, 4 snakes here. Okay, the boar has arrived. But does it have enough cover from these snakes? We need more pigeons here. Araloo's aware of this. Araloo's building more pigeons. Operation Boar is underway. Nice keeping the boar in the back. You don't want it to take free poison stacks. Araloo's trying to get that second base up and running. Meanwhile, second bases have been established for the Planet Cruising Black Cats. Alright, the boar's holding strong for now, but again, I'm worried about these 4 snakes. 6 snakes up and running. I think this is smart from Heartseed. Snakes are exactly what the doctor ordered here. So much tier 2 and tier 3 from their opponents. Alright. Snake's moving in again. Gonna target down the middle, just gonna go for the chest here. Going for the kill shot. One more of those and Z is out. If you leave your base just a little bit exposed to those snakes coming in, they will rip you apart. But so far, nothing too crazy from yellow and red, just continuing this harassment. The big problem I feel like for blue and green is they have nothing good to buffer against these snakes with. And they're just gonna hard commit by the look of it. The boar is continuing forward. The boar taking 4 stacks of poison. Got 3 pigeons healing it though. The pigeons are no longer healing the boar. 9-10 stacks of poison. The boar goes down. But so too do all the snakes of Heartseed. Airlu is left with some units. Z starting to build some moles. Z needs a second base. Needs to cut that boar loose, man. You are not going to get 180 food anytime soon for that one. Second base is up and running for red and yellow, but no higher tech just yet. No badgers, no any sorts of defense. We do see chameleons on the table here for Cater, which is very nice. Z, a little bit of a counter attack with some moles here. I think you need more moles. I think you need like 6 or 9 moles. Probably 6 would be enough, I think, to take this out before the opponent really gets there in time. I mean, these snakes are just too close for comfort anyways. Here come the moles with the backdoor attack on this mill, and yeah, like, imagine if there was 6 moles right there. That probably would have got it done. Meanwhile, Cater is hopping on top of Airlu's army, knocking it out immediately. All those snakes going down. Airlu a bit out of position there. Z really doesn't have a whole lot to contribute just yet, trying to build up a huge economy, but Heartseed's got these 6 snakes again. Going for the chest. Knocks up the main mill of Z, but Z is still alive with this second base here at the 10 o'clock position. Airlu transitioning to Pure Falcon here. Look at all these units, though. I think this might be a victory for Planet Cruising Black Cats. As Z really doesn't have much to help defend. Only a few Falcons left for Airlu. That's gotta be game. Overwhelming numbers here from the Planet Cruising Black Cats. Airlu sent to the kitchen. Z not gonna last much longer. Nice little counter attack as well from Z. I think Z played a really cool, aggressive series. But that's gonna be that. So the first match completed here in round number 1. It's gonna go to the Planet Cruisers. So congratulations to them. Man, the scoreboard is really bothering me. It's not quite perfect. And I guess I will hop on Discord and see if I can wrangle up another match. Let me see. Let me see if I can find another game to cast. In the meantime, I can look at the brackets here. I throw the brackets over onto the stream if I press this button. So we know Planet Cruising Black Cats won there. I guess they could go up against Pigeon Army next. That should probably be ready, right? So that would be Cater, Heartseed. I think their match is just ready to go. And who is Pigeon Army would be Melvin Fro and Pigeon Rush. Or maybe just Rush, what do they go by in Discord? Oh, they have like the crazy... crazy symbols. I think that's them. Alright, let me see if I can round up that match next. Yeah, great job, Cater. You played awesome. Team B and the Banananeans have played. Yep, I'm aware. Bam. Alright, so I think I've got another map coming. Or another game coming, rather. So it should be Melvin and Pink. I guess the team name is still Pigeon Army here. Versus Planet Cruising Black Cats. I know we just saw them play, but it's kind of easy because I know they're ready, if that makes sense. So we've got Pigeon Army versus the Planet Cruising Black Cats this time around. And Heartseed and Cater played really well. You know, Cater kept the aggression on, kept the tier 1 flowing. Alright. Got players coming in here. Should have the next match underway here shortly. Thanks again, everybody, for being patient. So far, it's running pretty smooth. I don't think we've had any big hiccups. So basically, Melvin and Heartseed are going to get special crazy decks. And Cater and, I guess, Pink, or that cat which has stolen the stuff, are going to get to play with whatever they want. And we're going to do another best of 3. Alright. Do I have any more information off the bracket yet? Not yet. Alright, here we go. Heartseed and Cater versus Melvin and the Cats. Looks like we're ready to rock and roll here. Pigeon Army versus the Black Cats. We got pigeons versus cats. You know, common sense says cats wins that, but you never know, man. It's a whole army of pigeons. That does change things. That does make things a bit more complicated. Okay. Oh, alright, sick. So this must be Heartseed's new crazy deck. Only moles. You know, but besides that, he's got some good... Alright. We'll talk a little bit about the crazy decks when we get into it. Over on the left, we've got Melvin and the Cats, which I think is Pink, but I'll just call him the Cat. Melvin and the Cat, representing the Pigeon Army. And over on the right, we've got Cater and Heartseed, the Planet Cruising Black Cats. Okay. This deck does look favored for red and blue here. They're going to be able to kind of naturally expand linear towards the 6 o'clock position, no problem. But you're not crazy upset if you're green and yellow. I mean, they both have access to some naturals. They just can't let the game go on too long, which might be an issue with Melvin's deck here, which really wants to kind of hunker down with some defense and then build out the Owl Falcon. I like Melvin's deck a lot. I think that's a really good bad deck to force the Master player to utilize here. It's got some really strong puzzle pieces of like the best in-game comp you can have, you know, alongside some defense. And meanwhile, Heartseed does lack basic tier 1. That seems to be a common theme with these master decks within their limitation. A lot of times it seems like, you know, not allowing them to pick core units like squirrels. Little turret going up there for the time being. But Heartseed's got some good tools, right? I mean, he's got moles, which can be solid. Cams and snakes are great. Mines are great. And ferrets and fox are a little bit rough in the modern meta, but can definitely still be used. Definitely have their niches, if you want to be fancy. Oh, a little sneaky by Heartseed here. And I think that actually is out of the view. So Melvin going to use a lot of defense here in the early game to let his team get established up to 2 bases. But yeah, I'd like to see this continue forward. You know, maybe Melvin could start a containment. If he can get a balloon up like right here on the edge of the territory, that'd be very, very threatening. Heartseed's being sneaky, trying to wait to get as many moles as possible. The moles in mass can take out these pigs. Meanwhile, the cat moving forward with these lizards here. Getting a little mowed down though. Heartseed doesn't have a lot to really help his ally with outside of defense at the moment. And Melvin's aware of this and trying to build up to the owl to get some kind of unit on the board. The cat really oblivious to this back mole attack, which is getting so much damage under their main base here. Got a little refresh on the stream. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, I'm not dropping any frames. I dropped 18 frames out of thousands, I'm sure. So it's probably fine. Nice denial there. This aggression from the cat really paying off. I don't know why my stream is refreshing. It normally doesn't happen. Should be fine. Should be fine. I'm probably getting worried over nothing. Red and blue trying to take some land back out on the main base. I'm sure somebody would be yelling at me if the stream was failing. And green is still trying to be aggressive. Meanwhile, Melvin building up to a couple owls on one base, just kind of hanging out. Not moving his commander. Maybe he's making a sandwich. Okay, there he goes. Now he's moving again. He hasn't really needed to move for a while, though. His owls, Warrens, have just been eating up the money that he's making. But red and blue have successfully moved out a little bit and started getting some expansions put together. And this is just a lot of tier 1. And this is kind of what carried the Black Cats through their last match, was just having solid units. Like, lots of tier 1 up and running. And blue and red are pushing through. These ferrets on the back line getting a lot of work done. Moles are really a force to be reckoned with on aggression. You know, that extra crit damage to structures really helps them just smash through. Melvin taps out. Probably gonna mean Cat's about to tap out as well. And the planet cruising Black Cats just cruising out another bruising towards their opponents. Getting a score on the board. Point on the board here in match number 2. Doing a great job so far. Let's see if we got any updates here on the bracket. Wild Pimpinkin beat the Breakfast Champions. Which means we've got Wild Pimpinkin versus what I believe is a German team, WG. Looks German to me. But I am an ignorant American who knows nothing of other countries' languages. Okay. Decks are being selected. Players are getting ready to roll. Thanks for joining me today, guys. Having a lot of fun. I know you could spend your Saturday doing a plethora of things. And the fact that you're choosing to spend it watching some quality 2v2's with me makes my little heart happy. These teams checking in their last selections, getting ready to go. Maybe gotta grab a glass of water or something. I wonder if anything will be lined up after this. Or I'll probably just kick it to the break screen for a little while. Maybe I'll play some Slay the Spire. Do you guys want to watch that? Watch the Slay the Spire while we wait. Why is the tournament name a JoJo reference? You know, that's a good question. We've had so many JoJo reference tournaments. Not even lately, like several years. And you know, all I can say is good grief. Over in the left, we've got Melvin and the Cat representing Pigeon Army. Over to the right, we've got Heartseed and Cater as a Planet Cruising Black Cats. Planet Cruising Black Cats. The more I say that name, the more I like it. It's like slowly growing on me. September 2009. I think we've had one older than that, right? Or maybe that was the first JoJo reference. I feel like one of the 21 Generals series had some JoJo references in it too, didn't it? Alright, hopping into this. This is an important game for the Pigeon Army here. Melvin, Fro, and the Cat need to get it together, need to figure out how to make this work. I like the adjustments. The Cat with just a lot of Tier 1 under their belt here. A little bit of Tier 2 to complement Melvin. Phenomenal player. Was just in the grand finals of our most recent event, the 21 Clues. He's got to figure this out, and I like this opening a lot better. You know, just get some Tier 2, don't go crazy with defense. You know, get some units out on the board. This isn't as much of a defendable kind of base, though, so I do understand why he did that last time. Heartseed maybe looking for some mole shenaniganery, but decides against it. You know, last game it does make sense, I think, that Melvin tried that defense thing, because it was kind of locked in with, like, one entryway for harassment. Here comes some lizards from Cater. No, just gonna back off for now. See, I like this from Melvin. You know, instruct your apprentice player to just build up a bunch of Tier 1 while you get out these Falcons. Maybe try to get to a second base. Maybe try to get to a quick owl on the back of, like, a turret or two. But not hardcore crazy turrets. Just gonna chill on the Falcons for now. The Falcons are a great unit that kind of has some inevitability. Hold that thought. As Cater's going to move in. Definitely going to get a Warren. No, going to go for some bacon here. Pig number 1 falls. And going to get a Warren as well. Back out for the time being. Great trade there from Cater. Yeah, get like a little defense, you know? I think even the 8-farm Owl. Like, throw an Owl Warren back here. You know, throw a couple turrets up front. But you don't want to do anything too turtley that's not going to have a huge payoff. Like, Owl's not the Tier 3 unit you want to rush. You know, Owl is like the payoff for having a big economy in most situations. You know, you'd rather have a quick Badger, quick Boar, even a quick Fox, You know, badger and boar for the timing, the fox to try to, you know, chip away at the edges as the game continues onto a macro situation. Lots of mines here from Heartseed. Snakes coming up as well. And lots of lizards here on the front. This Falcon's not really being protected by the tier 1. So much tier 1 here from the cat, just literally going pure squirrel and starting to run over. However, all of these pigeons really helping to make up for that. A few Falcons still remain. Doing a good job. And this might be a victory here for the pigeon army, with a lot of pigeons involved, you know. The name checks out. Tying this series up 1-1. Okay, any bracket updates? Not quite yet. We should have a losers round 1 going on. Should have Wild Pimpikin playing the German WG team. The Why Am I Still Awake versus Plant, Eel, and Sickle. Cater needed a moment, so we're just gonna wait a sec. So it's 1-1 now. Big important game coming up. Keep in mind the loser's not knocked out just yet. They get to go down to the lower bracket. So yeah, I guess I'll put on the break screen while we wait. Save a little bit of my energy. So give us a few moments, guys. The tournament will continue shortly. Alright, looks like the players are ready to roll. So let's get into it. Keep in mind, Melvin and Heartseed both have to maintain the same decks here. Cater and the cat are free to choose as they see fit, ideally in such a manner that kind of covers the weaknesses of the master players' decks. Give me forward structures, says Jet. What's up, man? Alright, in the bottom, in the blue and red, we have got the... Oh gosh, why am I blanking out on their name? The Planet Cruising Black Cats. I've only said it a million times. And up top, Cat and Melvin on Team Pigeon Army. And this is a big, huge map with a lot of Gristmils on it. We've been seeing that pretty often today, to be honest. And again, Melvin's the only deck here that's really themed to like even consider going for a structure-based strategy. And this time around, it does look pretty nice for Melvin and the Cat, I feel like. If this gets like split down the middle, most of Gristmils are on their side of the map, but not by a lot. It looks like 6 to 5. It's pretty gosh darn close. Eel is taking a 2v1? Oh, really? Did his partner not show up or something? That's funny. Okay, 8 farm openers from all players here. See if anyone's gonna get anything McNasty. Anything dope, fam. Let's see it. Let's see some quick tier 3s here. We got Heartsease got a Fox. Like, what are we doing, man? Look how big and awkward this map is. Let's throw down an 8 farm Fox. Let's go. Throw it like right there. Now, where would you throw it? I'm not the best at like hiding tier 3, to be honest. Probably maybe somewhere back here. Could even go like back here. But if the opponent's pretty on top of scouting, they're most likely going to spot anything like that. So both master level players are building quick tier 2s, meanwhile the apprentice are all building up that tier 1 to complement it. Lots of mines already being placed out from Heartseed. He came close to winning the first game. That's what we should be watching, man. The Eel 1v2. That could be fun. Alright, quick expo. How would you play that? I guess the best thing to do would be to be hyper aggressive, maybe? Like, really hammer in early on and try to eliminate one of the opponents. We're getting more and more lizards here from Cater. Heartseed building up the moles as well and some back end tier 2. No expansions yet from the Pigeon Army, but I imagine they'll be coming up soon. Forfeited after the first game. That's unfortunate. Hey, we had a pretty good turnout, though. I think most people showed up, right? Probably like, at least like 16 players, I think. Not bad, not bad. This game's just kind of building up for the moment. The Cat hopping in the lap. So many squirrels here. I like Melvin's advice to his apprentice. Look, man, just build squirrels. That's all I need you to do. Just get the squirrels. I'll take care of the rest. Big mine hit there, but these pigeons should be able to heal most of this back up. The Pigeon Army is moving in. Lots of pigeons here, as the namesake entails. But red and blue probably have this. I don't know, they're running out of anti-air units. The snakes do fall, but they do knock out the falcons first. Nice defense. A lot of pigs went down in the process, though. And Cater still has a very large army to come in here for a counterattack. Needs to be careful, though. The reinforcements from yellow and green are starting to get together. So overall, red and blue definitely took the better trade there. But don't count out the Pigeon Army just yet. They got 3 pigs out of the deal, which is certainly a thing. Now it looks like most players are stabilizing into 2 bases. Cater's got this nice 9 o'clock position. Took me a minute to see that one. Yeah, everyone's on 2 base economy here. And again, yellow and green really just want to kind of push out for some territory. They will both have access to 3 bases here, where their opponents will not. So they're not in as much of a hurry to just straight up attack out. I wouldn't hate to see some like balloons or turrets up here on this high ground. And we've got the Fox on the board now. Nothing really good against the Fox out of our opponents here, outside the defenses. Oh, trying to target down that Fox, and all the Falcons will get the job done. Heartseed not going to be happy about that. However, red and blue again clean up that army very nicely. This time not losing as much. I mean, yeah, it does suck to lose the Fox, but not the end of the world. Now I think red and blue, you know, they won the last 2 big engagements. They're going to come in here and try to get some more done. An expansion goes down. That's absolutely huge. Melvin is going to start starving soon. This might just be enough. Push through for the victory here. Still lots of core tier 2 units up here on the front. We've got a lot of lizards reinforcing in. Lots of moles as well. And I think this is just too much damage. Yellow already lost their expansion. Green is about to lose theirs as well. They're going to tap out. The Planet Cruising Black Cats on fire. Their second match win here. Congratulations to them. So yeah, let's see what we can round up next. Let me update the brackets. Let me hit up the Discord. And see what I can get going. Okay, so yeah, Eel forfeited. Teammate unfortunately did not show up today. Protocam. Breakfast Champions is with Marmu. Okay. So... Oh, why am I still awake is ready. Alright. So Protocam's team. We might just be cruising with the Black Cats, man. Cruising on planets. Let me see. Let me see if I can get that set up. Nerf cats. I know, man. The cat's OP. Might just have a kitty cat stream today. I gotta find these matches myself. And it's easy, because I know that they're ready, because they just played. You know what I'm saying? Kinda adjusting, doing a little wiggling around. Yeah, Heartseed's back. We got some more cat action. Can't get enough. Going all over the galaxy today. I just need see Protocam in here. Who's Protocam's partner? Let me see if I can dig that up. I think somebody sent me something earlier. Yeah. So it should be Protocam and Sly Fox. Ooh, Sly Fox. Old school player. Alright, we got Protocam coming in. Should just need Sly Fox, but I imagine he can get that going. So, what is their team? Why am I still awake? Odd name for a team, but I'll take it. Seems like a response that you didn't mean to give, like somebody knocks on your door with a survey to fill out, and they're just like, "Hey, what's your team name?" And you're like, "Why am I still awake?" And they're like, "Okay, got it, thank you." So I think we're just waiting on Sly Fox. Hey, we got a Sly Fox. Beautiful. Hope everybody's having fun. I am. This has been a fun event so far. It's been moving pretty quick, you know? Not bad, not bad. I keep just screwing around with the scoreboard while I got nothing else to do. Hanging out. Try and make it look a little better. I had Scoreboard Assistant going for a while. Then it kind of started crashing on me. I've been too lazy to figure out why. Hopefully they're not waiting to ask me something. There. That looks better. Melvin needs a minute. That doesn't have to do with me. Alright. Told them I'm ready. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think I'd consider Sly Fox a beginner. But Sly Fox doesn't really play much anymore, so I give you that. Sly Fox is an old school player from back in the day. Don't bully me for my T-Rex arms. Alright. Protocam. Go. Let's see if there's any update on the score. I guess while we're waiting Protocam to queue up here, we can head to the browser capture. I can show you guys this. We can talk about it. We can look at it. Oh, see, every time I try to do something like that, the player's ready up. Alright, let's do this! Let's see what Protocam and Sly Fox can bring to the table. Let's see what the silly decks are this time around. Heartseed with the Wolf Fox. Uh-oh. Toad, Pigeon, Skunk, and Balloon to help it out. I'm liking that Wolf Fox. What is Protocam left with? Protocam's got a lot of tier 1. Or is Sly Fox the better player? Yeah, Sly Fox. Okay. That does make sense. I can see. Protocam and Sly Fox are both, you know, reasonable skills, so I can see it kind of going either way there. So Sly Fox got the silly deck. We got the Wolf Fox versus Wolf Fox. We better see at least one gosh darn Wolf Fox. That's all I'm saying, man. If that doesn't happen, we got 3 games. It's 2v2. It's a lot easier to get away with nonsense like that in 2v2. Players thinking about their last-minute selections. go. Spawning in the bottom, we've got Heartseed and Cater, the protagonist team of this of this event, kind of by accident. The Planet Cruising Black Cats. And up top in the green and blue, we've got Protocam and Slyfox as the team. Why am I still awake? Alright, Protocam's deck looks solid. Looks like just a regular old standard deck composition. Cater's looks a little more silly, a little fun. He's got a Swiss Army knife of tier 2. I like Heartseed and Cater's comp though. Between them, they've got a lot of the relevant units. And Slyfox also with a bit of a silly deck here. He does get access to artillery cannons. And Ferret as well. So Slyfox, I guess it's kind of similar for both. Like they both really have utility decks here. And Protocam and Cater are gonna have to supply the meat and potatoes of the core army. I like this a little bit better for our cat team. That's a solid spawn in. It is going to be rough for green and blue. I mean, I guess they've got 6 mills like this. But defending these outer mills, especially when they start coming into conflict with the cat's territory over here in the bottom. Actually, no lag in this game. I know my response to chat is a little bit delayed. Slyfox with a 5-farm fox. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we're here for. That's what we want to see. Yeah, there's like a small amount of lag, but there's no like red plug amount of lag. So the question is, can they get the scout and see what's up? Ooh, yep, gonna see it. Very, very early fox. And now Slyfox can just kind of like go AFK while he waits for 180 food. Meanwhile, Heartseed and Cater starting a bit more traditionally. Lack of 8th farm, though. And no 8th farm yet is a little weird. I like just a single turret, not going crazy on turrets, but just enough to dissuade an attack in. There's a little bit of weakness. Slyfox's base is pretty exposed. Already taking that 12 o'clock mill while they're missing 8th farm seems a bit curious to me. Oh, nice denial by Protocam on that balloon. That's actually really huge. With the fox coming out for his team. And Heartseed just going to transition into his own fox. Nice single mine here. Takes more than just a mine to kill a fox, but one solid mine hit on a fox will bruise it up to where, you know, a couple squirrel shots will finish it off, so. Protocam being pretty active with these lizards. I like to see the lizards kind of act as minesweepers for the fox, you know, like run in with the lizards first, make sure the coast is clear, and then bring the fox. Well, you know it's not gonna just get blown up. I'd rather lose the lizards to a mine. Here comes the fox, but there's a lot of units out for red and yellow. I don't know if a fox and just a little swarm of lizards is gonna be enough. More squirrels are starting to sprinkle in here. But most of the lizards eliminated for the Planet Cruising Black Cats, which means this fox is free reign to start kiting on some targets here. Ooh, kills the commander of Heartseed, gonna leave these skunks vulnerable. Meanwhile, Cater not gonna defend the skunks, instead gonna try to come in and do some counter damage. This will get a couple pigs, but I think Cater's gonna end up losing this entire army. 2 pigs, maybe a Warren. No, just 2 pigs. Yeah, I wouldn't really say that's worth it, but nice attempt. And a good start here for Protocam and Slyfox. I think they really need to keep the pressure up. Slyfox needs to just get more and more value with this fox and help support Protocam's tier 1 base attacks down here in the center of the map. But Protocam getting 1v2'd, gonna have to back out. And the wolf on the way. Meanwhile, Heartseed's fox is cooking. Gonna hit the board in about 20 seconds. Nice pig hit. Fox takes some damage from the mine, but should be able to make it out alive. Oh, the lizards are going to attack in on the Artie. No, they're going to go for the fox. The fox should live with some micro. Gets down to 1 HP. Going to be very, very close. But Cater does not quite get the fox there. They are going to pick up the artillery cannon. Ooh, needs to be careful about this balloon. And the opponent's fox. Heartseed's fox will one-shot Sly Fox's at the moment until its HP rejuvenates up. I want to send that thing for a swim, get that extra HP off the water as well. And it looks like both teams are starting to try to get into second bases. Ooh, Sly Fox coming around the corner, but that is going to be a dead fox. Heartseed in position with his own caution to take that out. Meanwhile, Protocam gonna snipe down that balloon with a little bit of a lizard run by. Not quite sure how many lizards he just lost to get that done. But Sly Fox has a nice second base lead at the moment. And once he can start building into, you know, he's got the wolf and the fox bought and paid for again. You know, I'd really love to see a balloon. Oh, wow, nice job from Potocan knocking out the fox of Heartseed there. Attack that got a little bit too big for its britches. Getting punished. Cater gonna defend for the time being. Yeah, now that Sly Fox is the second base up and running, he's got the double tier 3 work, and he can start adding in some ferrets. Start peppering down the balloons. Protocam getting some farms up on that second base. Second base operation for red and yellow, a little bit slower. A little bit slower here. Cater, no farms yet. Heartseed just throwing down a couple. But they're trying to focus on being more aggressive. Heartseed looks like he wants to wait for a fox, ideally, but Cater pushing the issue, really going to try to deny the space. But here comes a fox with the wolf buff. Just murdering down on enemy units. Look at that wolf buff lizard, too. Nice arty positioning there. That's a deadly high ground. Wolf, fox, arty. I like this artillery because it does also deny / protect that 3 o'clock base. Protocam just sticking on a pack of lizards for now. Gonna go for another backstab attempt. Maybe on the 6 o'clock of Heartseed, but Cater's in position. However, Heartseed is moving over with this fox. This might be a good opportunity for Sly Fox to get in there. We're at a little bit of a standstill. I'm getting kind of worried as these balloons start coming up. This might become a war of attrition. It might start getting down to starvation farms and that sort of thing. But no, Protocam keeping the action going. Gonna come in and try to knock out this Gristmill. Doesn't quite have enough juice to get it done. The Sly Fox's fox in the back, helping getting some work done here. The base does fall. What was that? That was a tap out, it looked like. So Sly Fox and Protocam gonna take match number 1. I guess Heartseed and Cater just decided they were checkmated. Nicely done. A little bit of an anticlimactic ending, unless I missed something, which tends to happen. Alright, teams are about to ready back up. Let me just check the Discord. Everything looks fine. Yeah, I think that was just a tap from Cater and Heartseed. Yeah, they were really behind. Yeah, it makes sense. Sly Fox and Protocam had established extra bases. Red and yellow were no longer mining. So they just decided, alright, let's hop into the next one. But here comes the upset. You know, Planet Cruising Black Cats. Been cruising through this event. No problem. It's Protocam and Sly Fox. Are they going to be the ones to stand up and shove these guys down to the losers bracket? Let's find out as the players make their final choices here. Heartseed and Sly Fox going to be forced to take the same deck as they took last time. So just giving these players a moment. Just wait a moment. Oh, my cat is excited. His wifey is home. Is that correct? That's while we wait, we can look at the brackets. Right when I do that, though, they're gonna ready up. That's how it works. Oh. Is Casey home? Did she bring me snack? So here we are. We're in round 3. Planet Cruising Black Cats and Why Am I Still Awake? Whoever wins this goes on to the semifinals. Looks like... Oh, here we go. We're moving. Let's go. Oh, little bit of plugging. Plug and chug. In the bottom, Protocam and Sly Fox on Why Am I Still Awake. Up top, Cater and Heartseed, the Planet Cruising Black Cats. I like this map. This is a solid map. Looks pretty even. Kind of awkward attack paths though. There's a little sneak one tile access through the back door. Then there's kind of the big battlegrounds that we'll see advancing forward. Looks like both teams have access to plenty of grist mills. Maybe it's a bit favored for red and yellow, but not by a lot. Well, it will be pretty significantly easier for both red and yellow to secure a third. Where only 1/3 will be pretty easy for blue and green. They're going to have to come out just a bit into one of these other areas to grab an additional base. So, you know, really, who can claim these gristmills might determine a lot of this game. We got some pre-8 farm Warrens going down, 6 farm Lizards out of Proto, and 6 farm Squirrel out of Cater. Oh, here we go, Sly Fox, that 5 farm Wolf. Let's see if the opponents can get the scout off on that. Ooh. Oh, barely doesn't. Heartseed maybe still getting the lay of the land. Checking out this back entry. Alright, nothing super crazy just yet. We gotta let this game evolve. The big hype is the 6 farm, well 5 farm Wolf from Sly Fox. I guess it is kind of crazy. Did it get scouted? It did get scouted. So red and yellow know what's up. And they've got their own Wolf on the way. But it is a little bit behind. However, Wolf is not exactly a timing attack unit. This Wolf will come out from Sly Fox, probably just start buffing Warrens. Meanwhile, Protocam's got his little group of lizards running around the map with, throwing down some mines, trying to maintain map vision here. Really get that extra heads up on when an army is moving towards you. These players dealing with a little bit of lag this game, but not the biggest deal in the world. I think we got players from all over the planet, all over the flat Earth, showing up for this. I'm being sarcastic. Or am I? I don't know, Flat Earth is kind of like a dead meme now, isn't it? There's new crazy conspiracy theories we've moved on to. Nobody's a Flat Earther anymore. Flat Earther, that's so 2018. Alright, so the wolf is here for hearts. For Sly Fox, gonna go ahead and just buff up some piggy pigs. And meanwhile, Wolf is almost here for Heartseed. Red and Yellow getting into 2 bases, and Blue's doing the same. Protocam needs to get his second base up and running. Gonna be nice and easy for him to snag that next to this artillery cannon up here on the high ground. And I like the ferrets. Ferrets with the wolf buff are pretty darn threatening. Alright, Cater moving up. Gonna try to secure some of these grounds. Got the ferret, can start sieging down a little bit. Got some Toad assistance here from Heartseed. They're gonna go ahead and move in. Wolf a little bit behind for Red and Yellow. Already up here on the front lines for Blue and Green. Need to be careful though, don't want to lose the Wolf. Got the balloon here to help defend. The artillery cannon is up, but they're trying to knock it down. The ferrets do end up taking it out. And the snakes are the big problem here for Red and Yellow. Does that snake go down? Gets moved back. One ferret poisoned, which should be okay. Decent attack from Red and Yellow. They deny that artillery. They actually take it out, which is a big deal. It wasn't sold or anything like that. They're going to make it a little more difficult for their opponents to expand. Keep in mind, Red and Yellow have had these mills for a little while, but they're just now going about placing down those farms. So really, Sly Fox has had the superior economy of this game, but Sly Fox doesn't really have much in the way of actual units. He's only got this wolf here. He's desperately trying to get out some more balloons, some more artillery. But this is pretty typical Planet Cruising Black Cat style that we've seen today. You know, they end up with a decent comp of a little bit of no-nonsense kind of stuff. I guess in this position we do have a little bit of nonsense. We got the ferrets, we got the wolf, that sort of thing. But once they start getting an edge, man, they just keep pushing through. Keep reinforcing with Tier 1. Keep shoving in. And Sly Fox really doesn't have anything. Protocam's only got a few more squirrels here. They're gonna have to tap out momentarily. They simply do not have enough to deal with what their opponents bring into the board. Now that Red and Yellow are grabbing this high ground too, this Gristmill will grant additional vision. It's gonna start healing units. And this should tie things up 1-1. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Green and Blue are starting to mount the defense, but yeah, I just don't think they have enough, man. Sly Fox really needed to get into some ferrets, I think, rather than really dedicate to the balloons and cannons. Like, he just doesn't have a lot. Like, the wolves are awesome. There's barely even enough units to really utilize the wolf buffs properly here. Red and Yellow actually being pushed back, though. Did they deal too much damage is the question. Protocam doesn't have an expansion. Now, Cater doesn't have much of one either. Look at this mountain of units coming in for the defense, though. So many skunks as well. Blue and Green now on the retreat. Players dealing with a little bit of lag here, but it looks playable. So is it gonna stabilize out? It looks like it. Sly Fox has a lot of mills here, but he doesn't have a lot of farms. He's finally getting up to that fox. So really, Cater and Heartseed do have the better economy in this position. Not by much, though. We've passed that 5-minute mark. So a lot of the primary gristmill farms have gone fallow. Blue and green trying to muster back up. Protocam really needs to get this expansion going. This looks like a big army for red and yellow, though. 4 skunks is nothing to bat an eye out. Lots of toads here as well with the wolf. Some ferrets on the back, lots of tier 1. But blue and green holding their own. I would love to see some ferrets out of Sly Fox, but I understand he just doesn't have the money for it. He does manage to get this fox out on the board, though. Where is that fox? Oh, it's up here, moving and grooving. Got the steroid buff, got the pigeon seal in it. Here comes Protocam's army, but I think Sly Fox might have bit off more than he could chew here. He does have some powerful units, but I think he needed to try to like buy some time and bite around the edges with this fox, you know, try to delay this direct engagement. And the lag is real. This can happen from time to time. Both the wolves going down. Sly Fox only left with his fox. Red and yellow getting chased back again. They need to come home, sell off some Warrens, and kind of rinse and repeat. Maybe try to sneak out a farm in the process. Heartseed gonna get rid of the wolf, maybe? No, gonna keep the wolf. Get rid of the skunks. Alright, Sly Fox still has his fox. But he needs to get some more farms out. He's dedicating to another wolf. Sets off a mine, but he's got some pigeons. This game has been kind of crazy. Like, I've been thinking red and yellow are going to end it so many times. But blue and green just kind of hold it off. Red and yellow about to push in for another attack. There's a lot of tier 1. Protocam doesn't have much. He's kind of hiding behind these couple turrets here. Yeah, we're in a little bit of a lull this game. Both sides just kind of trying to lick their wounds, get it back together. 8 minutes in here. Skunks and ferrets going down. Heartseed's fox is almost at the table. Sly Fox has got his wolf back out, so he's going to have the buff coming in here. Heartseed aware of this fox's positioning, though. Wants to be careful to wiggle around the mines. Protocam doing a good job of some mine sweeping there. Heartseed's got his own wolf buff fox out now, though. Protocam trying to sneak some turrets onto the front line. Now we're kind of in a little bit of a poke war. I don't know, who's going to win this game? Economies are starting to stabilize. I think Sly Fox can pretty comfortably start throwing down more and more farms at this position. Like, some ferrets would be nice too, though. But I think you gotta get a better economy up than 2 farms, man. That's a little rough. You know, nobody's exactly swimming in food at this point. Alright, we got a little more poking and prodding going on, but neither team really wanting to commit. It feels like, to me, red and yellow are ahead at this point, but they don't know that, you know. It's easy for us to see with the bird's eye view of the whole map, but they are dealing with incomplete information. They need to rely on scouting to really determine where they're at in the state of the game. Okay, where are Blue's farms, you know? How many farms are they on? And Slyfox really just staying on this low eco. I can't say I agree with this. You know, thinks the balloon is the better choice at the moment, but I think if I was him, I'd try to get up to a few more farms here. Really, while the game is in a lull, you want to use that opportunity to try to be as greedy as possible. At the same time, you know, what if we get attacked in? That blue does help, so... Speaking of attacking in, red and yellow look like they're gonna go for it. So far, it looks like red and yellow are doing pretty good. A lot of their tier 1 has been eliminated. However, these ferrets are still here on the back line, dishing out a lot of damage. Wolf Buff Fox still going on for both sides as well. Ooh, nice shot getting down the opponent's Fox there. Great job by Blue. Losing his, getting the opponent's Wolf. Both Wolves going down here. A couple ferrets getting poked down too. This has become a crazy game. We're 11 minutes in. Neither team wants to hard commit. But the lack of economy for Slyfox here is really worrying me. Heartseed doesn't have a great economy either, to be fair. Oh, Heartseed! Oh no, the cabin! The cabin killed the fox! Oh my god. I think Heartseed's fox was gonna kill it anyways. Alright. Yellow and red moving in again. And this might be enough to break green and blue's back. A little bit of lag coming in. Yeah, Protocam's gonna tap. I think they were gonna lose here anyways if that was a DC, so... Did he tap, or let me check my instant replay, aka the stream with the delay on it. I think that was solid. So that puts us to 1-1 here after a very painstaking poke fest of a game. The planet cruising Black Cats are able to punch back. And brings us to match number 3 here. Dude, that cabin kill was amazing. Alright, let's hop into game number 3. In the meantime, I guess we can take a quick look at the bracket. Let's see if anything updated. Is this up to date? Losers matches are slowly starting to happen. That's good. Looks like losers round 2 is underway. And we are in the last game of Planet Cruising Black Cats versus Why Am I Still Awake? Tied up 1-1 here. It was quite the poke fest, but with both experienced players on the teams being assigned Fox Wolf, you know, I guess that's kind of what we had in store for us here. Sly Fox even with Ferret as well. So just asking for the pokiest of poke compositions. So this really comes down to Proto and Cater as far as the decision making. Cabin worthy of a review. I know, man. What's up, Metal? Good to see you, dude. That cabin killed a fox, yo. Who gets that value? Is that just Andy Schatz? You know, he gets the value. 1 kill for Andy Schatz, another fox on the big blackboard with the chalk on it. Another group of 5 dash through. Looks like we can go back to the bracket. These players kind of taking their time. It's all good though. It's chill, man. We're just hanging out. Here we go. Now we're into it. Unfortunately, a little bit of lag with these players, but again, I think it's because we got guys from all over the world here. Lots of Europeans. I'm in America, of course, so that doesn't help things. In the bottom, we've got Protocam and Sly Fox on team. Why am I still awake? Putting up a fight against the Planet Cruising Black Cats. Going from galaxy to galaxy. Tearing nerds apart today. Heartseed and Cater. I don't know, man. Are we following, like, just by mistake, by coincidence? Are we just following the tournament protagonists here with the Black Cats? Are they just gonna make... Honestly, at this point, like, I would just stay... Like, if they win, if they keep winning, I'm just staying on it, man. That's our tournament perspective now, is Heartseed and Cater. It's come too far. There's no stopping it. Protocam. Sneaky mole indeed. Where even is that? Oh, I see it on the minimap. That is a really awkward spot. However, that mole is pretty far away. This map, honestly, it's hard to say, to be honest. Like, both teams have reasonable second base opportunities. I always like this 4 grist mills in a square and a diamond. Always feels good, man. Another quick wolf coming out from Sly Fox. I kind of like the quick fox better. I don't know. I guess a quick wolf is good in its own right. Oh, I missed a little bit of this proto mole rush, but I don't think much happened with it. Nice idea, but I think a little bit too safe on the positioning. Ideally, with modern moles, you do want to get in there and focus down structures. Pigs, while they're being built, are considered structures, but units while they're farming. And yeah, quick tier 3 from Sly Fox and a bunch of tier 1 from his allies to back it up. Meanwhile, Heartseed's being a little more conservative, only going with the skunks. And gonna scout that wolf and not be happy. Not be happy he doesn't have his own wolf on the way. Cater the only one here with mines, and mines are very important in a matchup where you know so many foxes are around. Crystal Beasts were Araloo and... was it Z? Was Z Araloo's teammate? I think so. Protocam with his signature lizard run by. Gonna get a pig here, but might lose all the lizards for it. Yeah, not really worth it in value or tempo from Protocam. Always love to see players try this sort of thing. But unfortunately, those lizards were like the entire defense. Oh, tries to sneak through. He is gonna sneak through. He is gonna get this building farm. He's gonna get another as well. Gonna go for a third. Cater, the madman, actually gets it. Yeah, that lizard run by from Protocam was cute, but that was like the entire defense of his team, you know, so that left him a little exposed. And now green and blue can't help but feel like they're forced in a position where they need to get some counter damage done. Protocam is gonna come in for an attack here, but a little bit too far forward of the wolf. He really wanted to utilize the wolf's steroid buffs. Gonna come in here and knock out a couple pigs for their trouble, but I don't think they've got this. Yeah, yellow and red gonna clean things up nicely. However, there are reinforcing tier 1 here, and these units buffed up with the wolf buff is nothing to take lightly. Ooh, get a skunk! Is another skunk gonna go down? Heartseed's gotta keep that skunk alive. 4 HP. Heartseed going for 4 skunks here. And again, Slyfox just does not have a good economy. You're going for this very, very fast tier 3. Some real damage finally getting pushed out here by green and blue. Can red and yellow defend? You know, Cater's taking a lot of hits. Only 2 farms left. He does have a whole bunch of Warrens, which is nice, but no pigs to pay for him. This might be a victory for Why Am I Still Awake? Cater and Heartseed no longer the protagonists of the anime here. They made it quite far. Made it to season 3. And now you got the new nerds on the block. Yeah, I think that's it. Congratulations to Proto and Sly. On the back of a lot of tier 1 aggression, piled with some great utility out of Slyfox, going for that Wolf Pigeon to just back up the Squizzard comp. Gonna be enough to break the back of their opponents. Heartseed staying in the game. Did get his own wolf out, does have a skunk. But too much damage has simply been done at this point. And it's not stopping. Cater is crippled completely. Is not going to be able to help defend here. Green and blue are going to pull back, but mainly just for the re-rally. Going to push back in. These wolf buff units are hard for skunks to deal with, as their capability to kite is much deterred. Ooh, getting close to taking this wolf out, but he gets a lot of healing out of the back. Heartseed taps out. Cater's gonna have to tap out. And Why Am I Still Awake? Advancing on. Nicely done. Alright, what do we have available? Before I look, actually, I'm going to put a message out. I'm going to take a quick break. Been at it for a couple hours. Need to stretch my legs, grab a drink. And let me coordinate with the Discord. Yeah, let's take a little break here, see who we can rile up for the next round, and we'll keep it going. So be back, don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back. Looks like I'm wrangling together another match. Maybe Wild Pimpin' Ken. Okay. Let me make sure the lobby's still good. Yep, lobby's ready to roll. Okay, so it looks like we got Team Wild Pimpinkin versus Team B coming up next. Let me show that bracket while we're waiting. How about we do that? Nice. Where we at? We in... Oh no, so okay, we're in round of 3 winners still. Very cool. Oh, I actually have to be here to change this. I think there's a way to do this behind the scenes. Wild Pimpkin versus Team Number B. Both pretty solid names. And we got Tosh himself here. We got Wild ready to roll. Got the scoreboard all put together. Delthius has his carbonated water. LaCroix. I always said LaCroix, but it's a LaCroix. And I know everybody hates it, but I drank it. It's good, you know. I gotta watch my figure. Gotta lose some of the weight. You get like the bubbles. Bubbles feel nice on your throat when you've been talking for a long time. And it's not filled with sugar. Oh, it's a game. Alright. Let me do this. So we've got Boomer and Epicosity as Team Number B versus Wildkin and Tosh. Tosh and Epicosity going to be limited to specific silly decks. Oh, again, I'm just fiddling with my scoreboard. Gator. Dude, you guys put up a hell of a match. You guys are still in it. You're not done yet, buddy. Who they got going next? Planet Cruising Black. Oh yeah, they got a little break while they're waiting for the WG and Crystal Beast to finish up. Alright, players wrapping up their picks here. Waiting on old Boomer to lock in. Alright, here we go. In the bottom, we've got Boomer and Epicosity as Team Number B. Up top, we've got Wildkin and Big Pimpintosh as Wild Pimpkin. Should almost be Wild Pumpkin. Oh, a little bit of lag this game, unfortunately. Hopefully it clears up. This might be a little bit rough for the players. Yeah, this is what we face, unfortunately. I think Epicosity might be American. I know Tosh is European. Pretty sure he's English. UK. Not sure about Boomer or Wildkin. They are both newer players of the scene. I have seen some replays from Wildkin. I think Wildkin submitted some to me. And I think I've seen Boomer on the Discord a little bit. But not super familiar with either player. Was Wildkin in 21 Clues? I think they might have been. I know we had a lot of new players in 21 Clues. Yeah, this lag is rough, unfortunately, but our players are just gonna have to deal with it, I guess. I'm the only spectator. That's why we have passworded matches, just to make sure, you know, spectators aren't causing lag or anything. I like Tosh's flag. It's a little face flag. What if that flag is an actual face of one of his enemies? It's terrifying. Sub-farm lizard here from Boomer Epicosity with that 5-farm wolf. We've been seeing a lot of 5-farm wolves lately. Maybe that's the strat. Maybe the strat is get out that really fast tier 3, rely on your apprentice player to make your tier 1 for you, and get in there and bring down the hammer. We're just kind of waiting in this early game. Again, the lag is a little bit unfortunate, but it looks like all of our players are being good sports about it and trying to navigate through the game regardless. Some skunks on the way from Tosh. But we found this, you know, pretty similar to the last couple of games we saw where the opponent does something, you know, like build that tier 2 up. It seems a little more reasonable, but you get a little bit out-greeted by the enemy going for that fast tier 3. You know, by the time you've got both your skunks up, you know, let's take like 60 seconds. And it's like a minute 40? Or is it now 45 seconds for each? It's either a minute 40 or a minute 30 for tier 3. Can't remember if it went from 55 to 50 or if it went from 50 to 45. But either way, it's like, you know, by the time your tier 2 gets out, if you had an extra half a minute or so, could have been a tier 3, you know what I mean? And some additional resources, I suppose. Alright, green and yellow mustering some forces up. No expansions just yet. Looks like Epicossi wants to get this wolf out. Looks like green and yellow want to hit before the wolf hits the board. And Boomer's the only one here with a defense, as 8 lizards are fighting for their lives, desperately trying to get this wolf to land. The good news is all of Boomer's wardens are in the back, so they're not going to get destroyed immediately. Should be able to muster up some new lizards. All the initial lizards go down. The wolf is here, though. Will the wolf buff help save the day? Or is the wild Pimpkins going to smash and grab a quick victory? Ooh, looks like the wolf is going to defend. Tosh is gonna end up losing these skunks, but continuing to get some damage done. He'd really want to get these last couple pigs. They are under skunk gas. He realizes units will go down. He gets those last couple pigs. Actually, both skunks still alive here. Wildkins, tier 1, supporting very nicely. Boomer with no lizards on the field. Epicossi does have the wolf, but again, Wild Pimpkin came in at the exact right moment. Right before the wolf was ready. With the buffs. And eventually this attack will be thwarted. But Boomer is basically donezo. He's got 1 farm left. And the toads crash in. Epicosity taps. And a nice quick victory here for Wild Pimpkin. Very nicely done. Very well timed. Great direction from Tosh, I'd imagine. Good coaching. Tosh says, alright man, you're going to try to get that fast wolf. I'm going to come in right before your wolf is done in that 30 to 40 seconds Delthius was talking about, where I've got the skunks, you've got nothing. Knocks out those first waves of lizards. The wolf gets up, nothing to buff. Boomer desperately tries to get more lizards out, but the economic damage was already dealt. Wild Pimpkin taking up a quick 1-0 lead. This is still the upper The upper bracket, too. Everything we've seen today has been upper bracket matches. So we've got Why Am I Still Awake? Waiting for the winner of this. We'll probably hop into that game immediately. Just for the sake of easy streaming. I think that's the plan. I'm kind of just deciding which games to go into myself. I think Premium Bow's pretty tied up, giving everybody their silly decks. So we're in this game right here, so I'm thinking we'll go into the winners semifinals, right? We'll go into this game next against Why Am I Still Awake, because they'll be waiting. And then we might have to take a pretty substantial stream break. Well, maybe we can find some losers bracket games to do. Because once we get through this next match, we're going to have to wait for the losers bracket to finish up. See, ideally what happens is this all gets figured out, right? And we end up like right here. So we watch the semifinals, we go into losers round 5, and then we go into the finals. Because losers round 5's got to wait on the loser of semifinals right here. Oh, here we go. Hopping into it. Over on the right, we've got Boomer and Epicosity. And to the top left, Tosh and Wildkin. Looks like the lag cleared up, which is very nice. Maybe somebody had their Napster open. You guys get that joke? Is that a Boomer joke at this point, Napster? No, I guess not. I guess it's a millennial joke, right? Like, that's funny to me, and I'm a millennial. Napster. Used to use Napster to download my Cradle of Filth albums. That's gotta be like... Oh god, that's like the most late 90s, early 2000s sentence I've said in a while. There used to be a lot of them. Napster, Kaza. I used one called Aries back in the day. I'm sure there was more. I just can't. I'm just blanking on them. Okay. This map looks better for Boomer and Epicosity, which is nice to get us to a game 3. I'm really just happy the lag cleared up. I guess one of the players figured out why they were lagging and fixed it. This is so much smoother, dude. I don't want to say anything, be a Debbie Downer, but it was rough. It was rough watching that last game as a PowerPoint presentation. I'm sure it was rough for our players too, so I'm happy that got figured out. Alright, nothing crazy this time. I think maybe Epicosity learned his lesson. Tosh is not messing around, dude. Tosh is a very strong player. And honestly, this is the kind of environment I expect to see somebody like Tosh thrive in. You know, he's not a one-trick pony. He doesn't just play like one deck really well. He plays all sorts of units, all sorts of comps. He practices a lot. So when you throw Tosh, you know, he's not afraid to be a little bit of a jerk, you know, and tell you how it is. So he probably works well with a beginner teammate who's willing to listen. And Tosh is like, no, listen, just do this, this, and that. And we got it, right? Tasha's really good scouting, I guess is what I'm getting at. And he's the kind of guy who can identify holes in your builds. Like, all right, you're going for a quick tier 3. I know I can attack right in right here and punish that. And Epicosity's got some ferrets. I like the 4 ferrets, man. I like the balloon and 4 ferrets. Let's go. Ooh, actually lands a hit there. Gets it done. Wildkin getting a little cocky, getting a little crazy over here with these lizards. Doesn't get anything done, but nice attempt. But man, getting up to 4 ferrets is deadly. You got some pigeons there too to help harass. You know, 1 or 2 shots that are missing most of the time, not a big deal. But once you get up to 4, and now it's like, okay, 3 of those shots missed, but 1 of them hit. You know, every single volley, that's huge. And another skunk gets picked off. This is looking really, really good for team number B. Now, on the flip side, Big Pimpatosh does have his second base up and running. He's getting some farms going. But Epicossi is really bringing it this game. Like, really compared to last game. You know, last game was kind of pretty meh. But they kind of went for a rough strategy that was dead in the water before it ever arrived, you know. Tosh identified what was going on, sniffed it out, dealt with it appropriately. This time around, I feel like Red and Blue are really killing it. And they've got a lot of mills on their side of the map. If they can just keep harassing with the ferrets, the wolf is on the way. You build a couple more balloons up here in the front, and you start shutting down green and yellow to where really they're stuck up here in the top of the map. And look at this from Wildkin. Gonna try to suck that base dry. Devour this base with a milkshake straw before his opponents ever get the chance to mine out of it. 3 owls on the way for Wildkin, though. Big investment into tier 3. I'm gonna push in again. Like, as much as I was praising the 4 ferrets, still not the best direct combat unit. But again, once you get up to 4, like, I feel like the difference between 2 and 4 is massive. You can say that with most tier 2. They've worked this attack. A couple pigs go down, but not the end of the world. Epicossi still has a ton of farms. Big float here. Needs to spend his money on something. Yeah, just going for the fox. Why not? I'd love to see Wildkin just throw down a bunch of farms on this base. But at the same time, going too crazy on it is really risky. You know, it's only a matter of time till it gets scouted out. But it'd just be nice if you could grab most of those resources for your team before that happens. Like, I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. Right? Because Red's got a base they're working on here. Hell, Blue's got 2 bases right here. So eventually Red's going to need a third. Come over here and grab that. But it might not be for a couple more minutes. Not going to be 5 minutes. Not going to get full value out of those farms. But quite a bit. And looks like green and yellow just want to hold off for the time being. Let Wildkin get up to these owls. Going to sell off the lizards. Get those owls out a little faster. Definitely agree with that. It's almost always correct to do things like that. If you committed to that tier 3, you want to go ahead and pay for it as soon as possible. These toads going to YOLO onto the gristmill. Almost get it down. Lots of skunk gas as the chameleons from Boomer try to get back and deal with the skunks of Tosh. But so much defense here for them with the owls, with the falcons. These ferrets doing a great job of shelling everything on the ground, but most of the ground forces are gone. It's really these owls and falcons and pigeons you got to worry about. 3 of 4 of Tosh's skunks surviving. Very nice. And Epicossi just holding it down, man. Getting an artillery cannon up even. Boomer's defending very nicely here. His economy's a little bit rough, though. Wildkin, really, everybody's economy's in bad shape besides Tosh. Tosh has a nicely established second base here. But Tosh and Wildkin do need to end the game rather quickly. They don't want to hang around forever. They don't have as much economic option available on the map. Now this is figured out, I think. Oh, they still don't know. Wildkin's just slurping down this base. But what does kind of feel bad for Wildkin is they don't have a nice and easy natural. Like, it'd be nice if they had a base over here in the 3 o'clock or something. So, in retrospect, this is a pretty rough map for them. You know, it always feels bad not having that second base. Boomer's gonna figure that out. Oh, but Epicossi gets knocked down. A nice triggered attack. Big Pimpatosh and Wildkin moving out while Boomer was taking out the base in the 7 o'clock. However, Epicossi's got so much stuff here on the table. Wolves and, well, really the fox and ferret's not what you want against owls. But all the mice have been depleted. And Epicossi's still bringing a lot of value to the table. I don't know, man. Tosh just lost the wolf. Does he tap out now, or do we do one last hoorah? Wildkin has got nothing left, lost all the owls there. I think this is definitely a victory for team number B here. Yeah, Tosh and Wildkin gonna tap out. And that's gonna tie us up and put us into game number 3. All right. Looks like everybody's ready. Oh, as I say that, Tosh bails out. Give him a sec to come back. Maybe just had to restart the client or something. Hey, we got Tosh back, and we're ready to roll into match number 3 of the semifinals in this bracket. Just waiting on these players to decide on their decks, and we'll hop into the last match. All right. Epicasi deciding, well, really, Epicasi's got an assigned deck. And so does Tosh, again with the Wolf Fox assignments this time around. I like the Ferret a little bit better than the Skunk for this. I think it kind of synergizes nicely. Has anything changed on the bracket? Looks like we should have some losers round games underway. Loser of 12. Okay, so really only this match is going on right now. Match 13, because match 14 needs whoever loses here. But we should be able to go straight from match 12 to 16, which would trigger both of these to start. So this will be starting around the same time as these. We still got a lot of games ahead of us today. Looks like the players need a little break. Oh, I wonder if I did all that. Oh, wrong button. I really need to delete that scene from when my wife was using my computer stream. Alright, in the right, we've got Wildkin and Big Pimpin' Tosh, aka Wild Pimpkin. On the left, we got Boomer, Epicosity, team number B. This map is nice and large. I think about as balanced as you can ask for, I suppose. Yeah, actually. Like, yellow and green can expand up here to second base, okay. Blue and red might want to do the same, or else it'll be hard to expand later, but let's say they take these bases. The green and yellow's got some thirds. Blue and red's got some thirds and an extra. So depending on, you know, I'd imagine yellow and green would expand towards the center up front, which is going to make it more difficult for red and blue to do so later, but it could work the other way around as well, you know. Epicosity and Boomer could take these forward bases, start throwing down balloons on this high ground. You know, really, this first decision of which mill to take as your expansion might become, you know, pretty significant in this game moving forward, determining, you know, how the territory gets split. Alright, nothing crazy yet. This is about as standard of a start as you could expect here. Yeah, I do think this is the right choice for yellow and green. And I would love to see red and blue really contest this. They're going to get ferrets up. You know, they can already put a balloon, even without taking this mill, in a pretty decent spot to help buffer for the ferrets. But yeah, Tosh realizes how important it is to get this position ASAP. Goes ahead and throws down a balloon. Really wants to focus in on that. Gets one shot off with the ferret. Needs to get another. Should be able to target that down, though. Lizards come in and finish it up. That balloon was not sold. It's a nice little victory there. 2 HP on the ferret. The ferret does end up going down on the chase. Big commit coming in from green and yellow. Red and blue should be able to clean this up. But grabbing these extra pigs here on the back really make this a nice victory for Wildkid and Tosh. So now Epicasi has 4 ferrets to work with, trying to get into a fast wolf as well. Another big attack coming in from green and yellow. I think these ferrets on the back can maybe deal with this. No, it looks like a couple units are busting through, starting to hit down on those ferrets. A lot of the chameleons have dropped. A couple of the skunks are left on the front line. Another pig falling for Epicasi. Only down to 4 pigs, and a 4th pig goes down as well. Only down to 3 pigs now. Good job from Boomer keeping that skunk alive at low HP. But the aggression is non-stop here. I think yellow and green smell some blood in the water. Realize how much damage they've done to Epicasi. This wolf is simply not going to work. He does not have the resources to save up 180 bucks to get one of those bad boys out on the field. Big Pimpatosh and Wildkin continuing to move forward here. This is just a bloodbath now, man. I don't have a whole lot more for you at the moment, chat. Looks like blue and red are starting to push things back. But eventually, I feel like yellow and green kind of got this, right? Like, so much damage has been dealt to Epicosity. Tosh, though, with his toads. One thing about Tosh having the toads here is that it's kind of an income sink. And yeah, just now, is he able to afford another skunk? Wildkin backing things up with the chameleons, with the squirrels, with the falcons. These ferrets in the back stay strong. However, the gristmill goes down. These toads and their structured crit. Really putting the work on. Tosh and Kin are not stopping. Epicasi has 1 mil left. Tosh, I know what you're going for, Tosh. He's just trying to get enough toads down to just blast this mill. No, he does trade with the lizards, okay. Thought he was gonna be crazy. Oh, gets the skunk there too. These ferrets just blasting away still. One of the ferrets goes down. And I think this is smart now. Since we just hit the 5-minute mark about half a minute ago, you know, the economic edge has dulled a bit. Epicasi's not as far behind as he was. Oh, getting these pigs though is huge. 1 pig goes down. The other pig goes down as well, as Big Pimpatosh is getting into the face of Boomer. Boomer and Epicosity tap out. Which means Wild Pimpkin will advance on, I believe, to the finals. Let's take another look at that bracket. Oh no, they've got the semifinals now against Why Am I Still Awake? So let me in chat say Why Am I Still Awake was Proto. He's got a weird name in Discord though. And Slyfox? Isn't that it? Alright, so who do we have in chat? So we've got Tosh and Wild. Oh, whoops. Don't need to start PowerShell. Okay, just rounding up the next match. Okay, so we just need Protocam's team to hop on in. Let me see if I can put up the bracket a minute while we're still getting that going. Alright, Tosh needs a minute, no problem. So so we might just go to a quick break. I think my wife just got home. I'd like to go say hi to her. And yeah, we'll pick it back up with the semifinals of Tosh's team, the Wild Pimpkin. Oh, let me get that set up. Versus Why Am I Still Awake? Change that here. Bam. All right. Let me get the scoreboard looking good. Pretty smooth tournament, you know? I think so far, so good. A lot of games, but we're getting through it. Be a bit of a long event, but that's kind of what happens when you get double elimination involved. Yeah, I think it just depends on the players, though. Some double elimination has the upside of, like, alright, the players get to play more than one round, you know? But it does make events take a lot longer. And, dude, I'm still just... Hey, there's Protocam. Yeah, Protocam does have the best emotes for sure. Oh. Okay, so we just need Sly Fox. There he is, alright. And Tosh is on a quick break. Yeah, where are we at? Let's look at the bracket again. We're in the semifinals now. Okay. How are the Black Cats doing? Oh, we don't know yet. Ooh, they're up against Crystal Beats. That's a... Crystal Beast, rather? Isn't that a rematch? Yeah, from round 1. Okay. Kind of rooting for the Black Cats, man, since we spent so many games with them. Now I'm a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Stockholm Syndrome, right? How many we watched this one, right? Okay, alright, are we done? Are we ready? I think we're ready. Alright, well, they're still looking at decks, so I can still talk about the bracket for a minute. Yeah, we watched this one, and then we watched Pigeon Army vs. Planet. I don't think we watched, yeah, we didn't watch any of these, and we watched round 3, we saw both of round 3. And now we're into the semifinals here, which is nice because now these games can get going. So while we're in semifinals, losers round 3 should be figured out. And hopefully losers round 4 gets going too. Like, I would love these to all be fast matches. Maybe this round takes a little while, you know? And then, so all these matches can get done, so then we can go from, like, semifinal to, like, loser's final, basically. I think that'd be exciting to cast. I mean, we could cast both of these if we have to. But personally, I think I'd rather go semifinals than loser finals and into the finals themselves. And who's it gonna be? Why Am I Still Awake and Wild Pimpkin are the only two teams left in the upper bracket. Slyfox is waiting to ready up. I don't see any issues in Discord, so I just need a second. Alright. Here we go. On the right, we have Big Pimpintosh and Wildkin representing... Oh wait, I don't have my... Bam. Representing Team Wild Pimpkin. And on the left, we have Protocam and Slyfox as Why Am I Still Awake? It's not that late, I don't think. Well, I guess depending on where you are in Europe, it's probably like 10 or 11 o'clock now, right? So, appropriate name, I suppose. Or what are we gonna see this game? I like... It hasn't always worked, but I have liked that concept of seeing the experienced player like rushing out of tier 3 while the apprentice player covers them. That's been pretty cool. Protocam, ooh, flirting with some mole rush ideas over here. Knows Tosh sees it though. You know, that actually could have been a real big pain, because Tosh doesn't have any way to deal with that, right? He would have been relying on Wildkin. Wildkin's gonna go ahead and throw down the 6-farm squirrel. Nice and safe against any of that shenanigans. Oh yeah, feel free to link the bracket in chat, Dizon, for players that aren't aware of it. I do show it on the stream from time to time. So we've got some cams coming out, so we do have new decks for the experienced players this time around. Tosh's deck looks reasonable. He likes owls. He knows how to use them. Barbed wire as well. I think everyone who's been playing Modern Tooth and Tail knows how to utilize chameleons. And meanwhile, Slyfox has a weird deck this time, which is Toad Mole. And Toad Mole actually is a decent money sink for tier 1. You know, we've seen Toads being used pretty effectively today, maybe against their owner's wills a bit, but... Nice defense here. Some more aggression out of Protocam. Does end up getting a farm. Not sure if it was really worth it. Seemed like he invested a lot to do that. His own 8 farms is a little bit delayed as well. It doesn't have a whole lot at home to defend against this cam coming in. Lots of Toads here for Slyfox, but not exactly huge value in numbers like this. Ooh, Tosh wanted to kill 4 Toads. Or I'm sorry, wanted to kill the Toads and back out with keeping the cam alive, but that mole finishes that cam off. So this has been a little bit of an action-packed game already. Nobody trying to sneak out tier 3 or second bases just yet. The map looks awkward for Wild Pimpkin, I feel like. You know, they've only really got one natural base between the two of them. And outside of that, they're going to have to make some pretty bold map presence statements to acquire another base. A little bit of barbed wire coming up here. So I'm waiting on the next big thing in this game, right? I'm waiting... Okay, artillery cannon might be that. It's a pretty bold move here, and I like it from Tosh. I wish it was a little bit far forward. A little bit more far forward? Forward? I can't talk. I'm running out of capability to talk. It's only been 3 hours. Should be fine. But it's in a good spot. I think that might just be in range to hit that gristmill with additional sight. If not, it'd be close. Yeah, I think it might not be in range, actually. It would definitely hit those pigs, but... let's find out. We're about to see. I think it's like one tile too far away. Maybe I'm wrong. It's right there on the edge, for sure, either way. That's like about the artillery's range. Let's see. It doesn't have vision. That's the thing. They can go grand. Yeah, I think that is in range because it can shoot farther than it can see. Yep. So artillery will be able to hit that. That is a little bit of a pain. However, that's not really a second base that Slyfox has to have. And speaking of Slyfox, he's going up to double woof here. So we do have some tier 3 on the way. And I like this from Tosh. He needs to keep this thing moving up, though. He needs to put down another artillery. Yeah. And once this gets up, you can go ahead and delete the back one, or you can keep it to make it to where if the opponent dives in, it's even harder. Wolf on the way from Wildken, so 3 woofs total coming out. We got some ferrets from Tosh, but Tosh's big investment right now has been these arty cannons. He really needs to secure some land for a base. I love this 6 o'clock base. A little bit of a hidden expansion. Tosh gets a nice scout about, sees what's up, sees what's going on. Lots of tier 3 coming out of his opponent. Slyfox with a boar. This game, pretty interesting. Fart word. Oh god. Alright, these 2 artillery are starting to do some work as far as map pressure goes. I think this bottom base might be in range. Yeah, this should be in range with vision. So Tosh will make short work of that here shortly. But what's the big strategy? What's the big plan? What are we building up towards? Looks like Tosh finally getting some owls out. That 6 o'clock base, getting away with it for the time being. Match has kind of slowed down a bit. These cams moving and grooving, getting things done. Killing cabins. You don't want that cabin to knock out your fox. As we've seen today, that can happen. Yeah, they're just not aware of this mill up on the high ground yet. Once they're aware of that thing, it should not last much longer. This cam walking right by it. Oh, Wildkin sees it. Oh, the artillery is not in range there. It must be just a little bit too far. It's a lot of snakes. They want to try to come up and get a tag on a cannon. They hit the ferrets, the little mini cannons. These are some really awkward compositions we've got cooking up. Hopefully this lag clears, because this is definitely anyone's game still. Ooh, needs to be careful. Wolf Buff Fox knocking out a ferret. Running around this artillery. You can kite around an artillery cannon pretty easily with the Fox. You're more concerned about all the other defense, really. Alright, trying to pull red and yellow out of their comfortable shell. The Fox goes down for Protocam. Red and yellow not going to commit in too far, though. They've got a nice little pokey comp between the owl, the fox, the ferrets, the cannons. Gonna deny this base. It's starting to look more and more like a wild Pimpkin victory here. You know, Slyfox is starving out. He's got no economy left, and he's got 3 wolves and 3 skunks. Kind of backed into a corner now. think this is game. I think Tosh and Wildkin ended up breaking through. Congratulations to them. This was definitely a map that favored blue and green. But Tosh played this barbed wire artillery kind of pressure comp very nicely, piloting his team to a victory here. So we got 1-0 in the semifinals for the Wild Pimpkins. The Wild Pumpkins. What else is going on in the bracket? Anything crazy? Looks like the Crystal Beasts defeated the Planet Cruising Black Cats. Got some revenge for round 1. Which means the Crystal Beasts are waiting for team number B and Breakfast Champions. We haven't seen Breakfast Champions today. That is Snetch and Marmu. It sounds like our team is getting ready to roll. Alright, so team number B and Breakfast Champion are still playing. And then we're going to be down, once they finish, to 4 teams here. What are my predictions? I'm thinking Crystal Beasts, man. We'll see, though. I don't know. I don't want to count anybody out. Like, team number B put up a pretty solid fight. Wild Pimpkin looking strong, though. I think Big Pimpintosh is definitely the kind of player that does well in these sorts of crazy environments. So Sly Fox just needs a second, I'm guessing. Again, Tosh and Sly Fox have to use specific decks being supplied to them behind the curtains by Premium Bow. And looks like we're about ready to start. Oh, the chat is not allowing links. Ah, I apologize. I will link it in the chat. Thank you for letting me know. Classic Metal. I should probably know these things already, but I don't. Okay. Let me make sure my screen is set up right. Yes, it is. On the left, we've got Big Pimpintosh and Wildkin as the Wild Pimpkin. Over on the right, we've got Sly Fox and Protocam as Why Am I Still Awake? Big old map here. Maybe we'll see a tier 3 rush. We've seen a lot of like 5 farm tier 3, 5 to 6 farm tier 3, which has been a little crazy. A little bit of craziness. Why am I still awake, man? Sly Fox and Protocam. They need to get a point on the board here. They got a boar. How are they gonna use it? They didn't end up using the boar last time. Yeah, I think I have my Twitch chat set up to not allow links unless you're a moderator, probably. And I don't really have moderators besides Premium Bow, which doesn't really count. Here he is, 5 farm wolf. Gonna get scouted immediately. No, Wildkin actually does not see it. A little bit of lag, but not super crazy. Meanwhile, 6 farm Cam from Tosh. And now Tosh sees it. And is he gonna answer it the same way they did in a previous match? Of coming in and trying to strike, you know, right while the iron's hot, right before that wolf gets out, when it's been bought and paid for, but not contributing to the map. gonna be the plan. Tosh sticking with the tier 2, might as well at this point. Very invested. Meanwhile, Wildkin just went ahead and got those 8 farms up. Starting to get a bunch of tier 1 out. I'm really curious if Tosh is gonna make the call to push in. Lizard's on the way from Wild. Poking and prodding, but Protocam, you know, not messing around. Building a lot of tier 1 to defend this wolf, and the wolf's out in 30 seconds, so it's now or never. However, Tosh and the gang are moving out. He's got the chameleons, but this is a lot of units from Protocam. I don't know, though. It is only 6 squirrels. Looks like more for some reason. Lots of warrens. The wolf is almost here. They just need to delay a little bit longer. But this is exactly what Tosh and Wild want. They want to delete all these squirrels so the wolf spawns with nothing to buff. And look at this timing, like so well timed here from Tosh. Like Tosh and Wild to attack in right before that wolf was finished. But maybe this time around they get the cleanup. Yeah, green and blue. I think the issue last time that this happened was the player without the tier 3 wasn't going like crazy on tier 1. But this time Protocam did. And now we got away with the fast wolf. Buffed up squirrels incoming. The big counterattack. These lizards not going to do that well on defending. Chameleons need more time to build. Big Pimpintosh trying to build a bunch of chameleons. He didn't have a whole lot of other good options though to spend his money on. It was either that or pigeons or wire. So maybe like a little bit of wire, but would the wire have been done in time regardless? Either way, Protocam and Slyfox slammed through. I do think this tier 3 rush was a good call on this map since the rush distance was so large. A nice attempt from Tosh and Wild to hit the timing to stop this before it happened, but maybe they showed up just a little bit too late or with just a few too many units. You know, Protocam not even investing into 8 farms, going into building tier 1 production even before that to get out as many units as possible. And that's going to be a quick victory here, tying this up 1-1. Tosh getting sent to the kitchen. Wildkin not going to be too far behind. One to one. The fast wolf plus a bunch of tier 1 has been working pretty nicely this tournament. But it is risky, man. Again, if that rush distance was just a little bit smaller, I think Tosh would have got him with that attack. I think the map was just large enough to where that was a solid play. And Tosh maybe needed to eco up against it, or, you know, have Wild get out their own wolf or their own fox, you know, something like that. The trying to break it just didn't quite work. We have any updates on the bracket while we wait? Looks like Slyfox needs a minute before readying up. And I guess really what we're looking at is this match right here. Team number B and Breakfast Champions. This should be underway. But it probably just started, you know, not too long ago. Well, you know, yeah, it should be about as far along as the match we're watching now. So maybe they're on their, like, 2nd or 3rd match or something. Just waiting on Slyfox. There he is. All right. I think the map was just too big, Cater, why the push didn't work. I think I don't think it was the right response to try to bust it because of the rush distance. Probably what they should have done is build up more cams and just waited. You can even get a second base up and running if you scout it early enough. Alright, players deciding what they want. Wildkin with the Wolf Fox. We've seen Wolf Fox a lot today. Not really from players who had a choice in it though. Most of the time it's been through the predetermined decks. Waiting on Sly Fox, almost ready, it looks like. Sly Fox. Sly Fox, please. I have a meatball sub to eat. I'm not gonna see that meatball sub for another hour and a half, am I? Let's be real. Okay, in the bottom we've got Tosh and Wildkin, aka Wild Pimpkin. And up top, Sly Fox and Protocam. Why am I still awake? Is their handle? This map does look better for green and blue. I feel like they have a fairly decent 3 bases. This is alright. Actually, you know, it looks pretty fair. I mean, this is a nice point of contention. It's going to be difficult. But they have the same gristmill split on both sides. Yeah, I mean, I consider this about as fair as you'd expect. You know, 1 additional mill on the green and blue side. Yeah, I don't think either team can really complain about this map gen. Looks good to go. Looks solid. Protocam with some quick squirrels. It's not always a sign of aggression, though. A lot of times players do that in 2v2 as a way to kind of hedge their bets against some fast moles or lizards or other nonsense that could be thrown out. Big wild pimp. Oh, a little bit of aggression here from Protocam. The one squirrel coming over, gonna force a sell on that farm. Gonna force a sell on another one. This one taking a lot of damage. Oh, Tosh is gonna defend it, gonna let it finish. Second base coming out here from Sly Fox. Nice little aggression, though, from Protocam. That worked out really well. You know, force some barbed wire. Slow down this pig. Not a lot of damage. Almost got that second farm, but also didn't overextend, didn't really lose much. Big Pimpatosh with the sneaky base. Coming up. No tier 3 yet. Kind of watching second bases, watching for tier 3. These are the kind of the interesting decision points we're looking at. We're also trying to determine if either team is going to ramp up for some big aggression anytime soon. Alright, Tosh sneaking out some farms over on the 3 o'clock base. And this definitely looks aggressive. Protocam and Sly. I wonder if they scouted anything that made them decide to do this. Or if they're just kind of going for it. You know, there's nothing really I see from Tosh and Wildkin that makes me think, oh man, we could just run them over. Well, they don't have a lot of tier 1. You know. It's really Wildkin's job to get that out, but Wildkin went for some skunks. So Proto and Slime moving in. They've got a lot of tier 1 here. Lots in these Toads, though. Really wants to get the right hits. But Tosh coming in from the side with the Chameleons, getting a lot of damage done, forcing them back. Sly Fox is moving in, though. All the Toads connect. But not on the Chameleons, which were the big targets for them. Great Chameleon micro here from Tosh throughout this entire fight, even keeping both of them still alive. Gonna come back in, kind of has to. One of the Chameleons gonna fall. The other one's probably gonna fall as well, but didn't really have a choice. I think Tosh demonstrated how to like use Chameleons well and keep them alive, but I do kind of agree. Those Chameleons had to get in there and get a little more done to push back their opponents for now. Which is unfortunate because the Chameleons are down. However, Tosh does have the double tier 2 Warren, producing Chameleons 2 at a time. He's got an artillery cannon on the way. Can Green and Blue push in? They got to do it very soon if it's going to happen. Once this artillery cannon comes up, this is no longer going to be a viable attack path. Green and Blue going to hold back for now. Going to get a little defense going. Tosh getting up to 4 cams is going to get away with that artillery, so this game might slow down a little. No second base yet for Protocam. Wolf Boar on the way. I love this from Tosh, just going super hard on that economy. Sly Fox is doing pretty much the same though, so. And here's that second base from Protocam going down. We see a wolf on the way from Wildkin. Yeah, Proto's got to get his second base economy going, but Wildkin's isn't that impressive either. Tosh is starting to pull ahead a little bit on the second base. I like this little second base over here to try to make it believable, you know? Like, you'd expect there to be a second base from Tosh somewhere. You see this one, and then you're not really going to be so alarmed to look around the map to find that 4 o'clock. Little distraction base. And the third base that he's going to need here shortly anyways. Tosh sneaking a couple of his Chameleons around back. He's got 4 of them now, which is a serious amount that can get some work done real quick if left unattended. Cabins heal? I never thought about that. Yeah, it looks like it. Makes sense. Lots of tier 1 coming out of Tosh in the form of pigeons. Why does he want so many pigeons? Alright, where are our Metal Gear Solid Chameleons? Here they are. Let's go. Oh, there he is. Alright. Protocam knows what's up. Knows he's rallying units over. Trying to bring some units over to defend against this. 1 pig goes down. Tosh wants more than that, though. He's gonna get a second pig. Loses a Chameleon, though. Oh, the boar. The wolf buff boar is out. However, Wildkin and Tosh have totally transitioned out of tier 1 on the ground. That must have been in response to scouting the boar. Some good teamwork there. Instead, Wildkin is focusing on a big flock of falcons. It is a little unfortunate we got some lag this game, but it seems playable. Doesn't seem too bad. Owl out here for Protocam. And we've got a little bit of a standoff. This game might take a little while. And we've got some very stalematey units at the moment between things like Owl and artillery and balloons and such. So this hidden base that Tosh took over to the side, you know, might actually be a determining factor in the win here. You know, not just in the boon and economy that you get for the time being, but simply in the overarching game of StarCraft going on, you know, trying to extract as many resources from the map as possible. Look at this just meat grinder here, dude. There's no getting through that. So much skunk gas, so many balloons going off. You got the flamethrower from the boar. Red and yellow are continuing to try to push through, though. These balloons are just getting such crazy value here. Fox is here for Wildkin. So many chameleons, Big Pimp and Tosh just railing down on building chameleons. Why not? Solid unit to make. But again, we're caught a little bit stalematey. So in this situation, it's really more about map control and expanding to new territories. Oh, these ferrets, though. You be careful. Starting to get some shots off. Oh, I'm sorry, that's artillery. Looking around like, wait a minute, red and yellow don't have ferrets. Dude, just constant firing from both sides. Not a whole lot getting done. Ooh, Slyfox just now on his way to take the 3 o'clock, recognizes the 4 o'clock being held by Tosh. Can't quite kill the mill with skunks, but can definitely kill all the pigs. In the meantime, the red and yellow decide it's now or never. Now's the time to try to charge through. With Slyfox attended elsewhere, Protocam taps out. Or he gets eliminated, actually. That was his only gristmill. Or did he tap? Yeah, no. I think he tapped out. I think he realized it was over. Either way, he is out of the game. And it looks like Wild Pimpkin is going to advance to the finals. Still able to lose a game. Congratulations. Definitely good job to Why Am I Still Awake for making it this far in the winner's bracket. Keep in mind this is a double elim tournament. So loser's bracket is definitely a thing. Players can still continue on there. Speaking of loser's bracket, it looks like team number B is currently playing against Crystal Beasts. So I think what we'll do is let this play out, and then we'll catch up in losers round 5. So we'll go on a brief break. Actually, it might be a little bit longer of a break, but stick around, guys. We just need to wait until losers round 5 is ready, and then we can go into losers round 5 and then the finals. Wait, why is everybody here? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have to wait until... Yeah, let me make sure I'm thinking about that right. Yeah, this is going on right now. So we need to wait until Crystal Beasts and team number B finishes, really. So we'll be back in a bit, guys. I'll keep up with the Discord and make sure we keep casting as soon as we can. So don't go anywhere. See y'all in a little while. Okay, what's up everybody? We are back. Looks like we got some teams ready to roll. So we're actually going into losers round 4 now. Thought this was already underway, but I suppose it is not. So we've got losers 4, losers 5, and then the finals left for today. A long one, but I appreciate everybody, players and audience, hanging out with us. Get the scoreboard put together. Okay, so we got team number B versus Crystal Beast. And this is a loser's bracket round. And whoever ends up winning this might actually just straight up go to the finals, because I think Protocam has to forfeit. He's got to go to work. So not sure what the TOs are going to do about that. I think there's talk of letting Slyfox choose another teammate. But I think it would also be reasonable for their team to be disqualified. I could see that going either way. Doesn't really matter. The point of the event is for people to play and have fun. It's the number one reason we're doing it, so I don't think anyone's really got a dog in that fight too hard. So yeah, we're on Crystal Beast versus team number B right now. Whoever wins this goes to losers round 5, which may not happen because Protocam has to leave, so this team might just have to forfeit. So then we're going into the finals after that. Shadow Prince, oh, they found him in a replacement. Okay. Okay, Nick Plant. Alright, so that was Eel's original teammate. The Plant, Eel, and Sickle. So Nick Plant looks like he's going to be replacing Protocam. So we'll see how that goes. I think they're still working that out behind the scenes. And we are ready. I am ready to roll in this match. Looks like Erlu has been assigned his crazy deck of Mole and just structures beyond that. Let's see what Epicosity's crazy assigned deck is. Okay, so we got Wild Pimpkin waiting, just hanging out in the finals. Big Pimpintosh and Wildkin, congratulations to you two. And we have 3 teams remaining in the tournament. We've got Crystal Beast with Erlu and Z. We've got team number B with Boomer and Epicosity. And Why Am I Still Awake? Plants ended up joining that team to replace Protocam, also a beginner player who will play with Slyfox. Looks like we're just waiting on Epicosity. Probably waiting on Premium Bow to tell him what deck to use. I think Premium Bow's also dealing with the team substitution on the back end. So a few more minutes, guys. And we should get started. So we'll look back at the bracket in the meantime. Pretty fun tournament. I think the double limb makes it go a little longer. But not a big deal, especially with only 10 teams. I think if you start getting up to too many teams, you probably wouldn't want to do double limb. But double limb can be fun. Lets people play a couple more rounds than they would have got to play without it. And keep in mind, Wild Pimpkin in the finals without losing a best of 3. Which means whoever comes up from the loser's bracket is going to have to win twice. Where Wild Pimpkin only has to win once. Here we go. Popping into it. In the bottom, we've got Erlu and Torak representing the Crystal Beast. And up to the top right, we've got Boomer and Epicosity as team number B. Alright. Lots of defenses in the expert decks this time around. Erlu with all 5 of them. Epicosity with 4, excluding the mines. And Ferret Skunk, meanwhile, Torak and Boomer were allowed to choose whatever they pleased. Both of them decided to go for double tier 3. So even though we don't have an assigned wolf this game, most of the matches we have seen assigned wolves. There's still a wolf for both sides. And this is a big, fairly balanced at first glance looking map. Maybe I like it better for green and blue if they can get up and start securing this high ground area, nailing in all those grist mills for themselves. They're going to cut off much, much better than red and yellow. Red and yellow have naturals, but that's about it. Yeah, I definitely do like this map better for green and blue. But that's not everything. You know, what if Airlu takes this 3 o'clock base right here and starts throwing up defense? You know, now this whole map is on top of its head, upside down. So you can't go too much, can't go too off of the map gen, you know, for this sort of thing. No lag this game, which is nice. Z getting some quick ferrets. Epicasi grabbing that turret, looking to expand north or south, southwest. I don't know my directions. Listen, you guys, I did not say that. It's a double tier 2 coming down. For yellow, the double ferret, let's go, bro. You know? Alright. Alright, that's bad. Maybe Delthius did or did not drink a little liquor during the break. Okay. Some Kentucky bourbon. Dude, I drink straight whiskey like a man. Oh, ferret coming in. Denying that. What was that, a balloon? Alright, we got double ferrets here. Trying to proc up. These moles are a good spot. Yeah, and I like this little high ground with the defensive structures on it. Airlu could even take this like 5 o'clock base, grab himself a little more territory to build into more of an impressive range with some of these things. And on the back, while all this is going on, Airlu's making sure everything's nice and tight with some barbed wire. And this makes sense from green and blue. They really want to try to grab this high ground area before, you know, this contain from Airlu really happens. They gotta get up here and get their feet planted. And Epicasi realizes this is a very important position for him. Gonna grab some artillery, gonna grab this balloon, trying to keep these ferrets out of range. But Z so far has been doing a great job with these ferrets. And continuing to pressure forward. The artillery cannon being built on the high ground here from Airlu. But Airlu doesn't have many raw units to help, you know, deal with this. He's got the artillery, which is going to be a very nice boon. But only 3 moles besides that. These balloons doing a good job providing cover for these ferrets in the middle of the map. And here's that artillery cannon. This is looking good, man, and I love seeing that. I love maps that, you know, on paper look very favored for one team, but the other team kind of utilizing some good opportunities and making it happen regardless. Look how far the artillery shoots, man. I'm still not over that. How long ago was that patched? Oh, this balloon providing the high ground vision for Epicasi to just two-shot that artillery. That's huge. Now Epicasi is starting to pierce through some of this back-end defense. As Boomer goes up and denies that second base. Airlu knows how many moles it takes for a mill. Let's see it. Oh, man. Boomer desperately running back with all his forces. Airlu trying to target fire down the mill, but something happens. Some other unit takes the focus. I hate when that happens. I've definitely had it happen to me. And Airlu not able to backstab. Boomer looking for an opportunity to get in here. Airlu desperately building up some more balloons, some more turrets here at the back. This barbed wire worth its weight in gold against the lizards. But Epicasi's got his own group of annoying ferrets to blast down on his opponent. So many ferrets here for Epicosity. But not able to deal with the balloons, not really able to deal with the owls. Lots of ferrets from Z as well. Z's playing a great game. And Araloo really trying to figure out what to do here. He's only got moles outside of defense. I liked his idea of just trying to run in and knock at that mill. Boomer and Epicosy both going dry a little bit. Epicosy has the opportunity to build more farms, but hasn't really found the right timing to do so. He's really convinced that what he needs right now is more defense, more units. Green and blue starting to shove through, though. And Araloo going for the backstab with the moles. Looks like team number B is breaking through the front lines, though. Z trying to hold down the fort. It's got a ferret, got a few ferrets, got a balloon. But Araloo's going for the kill. Boomer doesn't have a whole lot of an army at the moment. Boomer is definitely going down, which is going to leave only Epicosity left on team number B. And Araloo just running amok with all the moles. It looks like Epicosity is going to have to tap here shortly. And that's going to put us for a 1-0 lead for the Crystal Beasts. Epicosity fighting to his last breath, but that's going to be it. Crystal Beasts up 1-0 in this match. Bam. 1-0. And we're in losers round 4 right now. We'll give you guys a projection for the rest of the day. Whoever wins this is going to go up against Why Am I Still Awake? Protocam had to leave, but his Plant got substituted in. So it's going to be Plant and Sly Fox on that team now. Winner of that's going to go up against Wild Pimpkin, who, again, they have not lost the game. So whoever comes out of the losers bracket is going to have to beat them twice. So we got this best of 3. We got another best of 3. We've got another best of 3. And then we might have an additional best of 3 on top of that. So plenty more Tooth and Tail to come your way. A few more matches before we end the day. Hope everybody's been enjoying the tournament. As a player, as part of the audience. Looks like we got some good viewership today. So I appreciate everybody spending their Saturday afternoon with me and with Tooth and Tail. Thanks again, everybody, for continuing to support the scene. That's why we're here. Keeping this wonderful RTS game going. All right. Spawning on the right side, we have the Crystal Beasts. And their opponents to the left, a little bit spread out. We've got team number B. Make sure my back end, yeah, everything looks good. Back's looking good. Okay, we got Squizzard out of Torak. We got Squizzard out of Boomer as well. So both Apprentice players, you know, really packing that tier 1. I think that's been a trend a little bit this tournament. I kind of like that quick tier 3 out of the experienced player, but I think that only works on if the map is big enough. Otherwise, they're going to be shut down with timing attacks. Torak. Is Torak AFK? Uh-oh. Yeah, a little bit AFK there at the start. Oh, but maybe just thinking, you know what? I've got all this money saved up. Build some lizards instead. Thought they were going to go for the owl. Overall, I like this start a bit better for blue and green. I like Epicosity getting up to 8 farms. And this map is looking a little bit better for the Crystal Beasts. But again, that does not always really matter. You know, blue and green does have access to 2 bases right here. They could easily take these as their third. So they're not totally boned or anything like that. Z and Araloo looking aggressive already. Araloo is going to build a bunch of defense to try to support, and moles to try and support the lizard attack coming out of Torak here. so much damage being delivered here out of Z. Losing most of the lizards, but geez, man. 4 pigs going down. That is huge. This might be a very quick series. And Epicosi's defense didn't really have much they could have done about that. No tier 1 units, really was relying on Boomer to have the tier 1 units. But Boomer's got him, you know, it's just over kind of in the middle. Lots of barbed wire already on the way. Araloo wanting to go for a contained strategy, going to utilize these moles. Moles kind of fit, right, with the lore of having a... This is definitely like the pile deck. Instead of lizards, it's moles. For anybody who's been in the scene for long enough to know what I mean by that. But moles are like engineers, so you'd expect them to work on structures. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Alright, Boomer. Looking to move and groove down here. This barbed wire really being a thorn in the side. Get it? Of Boomer. Still manages to get a pig, though. Not very cost effective. Artillery cannon coming up as well. Epicosity trying to get into those ferrets. Did a pretty good job with the ferrets last game. I just feel like dropped off a bit because there was no really stage 2 for them. Like, they couldn't quite get their economy up and running enough to put together a decent mid game. Araloo's artillery cannon in range of the starting pigs for Epicosity. This is looking rough. Z's even got some skunks here to be even more annoying. That one pig will die to skunk gas. Boomer's trying to come in and help with what he can. This is a hell of a fortified position already. On the back of this, Araloo even farming up. Araloo feeling right at home with this composition. Z trying to get into a quick owl as well. Araloo just gonna go for it with the moles. On top of the Gristmill, then he gets it. Jeez, man. Overextending a little bit with those skunks there. These ferrets staying alive for Epicosity, and lucky for him, he did have a second base that was up and running pretty nicely before Araloo dove down with the moles. I think Araloo's kind of figured out this deck pretty nicely. Apply some pressure with some structures, build up enough moles to try to get in there in an opportune moment and strike down a Gristmill. Araloo coming in, trying to dive on top of these ferrets, but not going to work that time around. Meanwhile, Z just poking and prodding with these lizards, getting whatever damage done they can. And again, I think yellow and red are in a nice position to take this game. They've got the better economy. You know, this early containment that Araloo set up really punching through most of the game. Blue and green force over to the western corner of the map. And have to sell that already. These moles are just not going to let that happen. The moles even clean up the ferrets. One goes down, the other one is threatened. These lizards will definitely take it out. And now Araloo's looking for more blood. Looking for that killing blow. He knocks Epicosity out. And that might just be it for team number B. Boomer's going to hang on with a few units. He's got a snake. He's got a couple things. But the army out of the Crystal Beasts is just too much. The owl does go down. Nice little consolation prize. But he's gonna have to tap out. Which means Crystal Beast takes the match. Congratulations. So that means we should be going into the losers bracket next, or losers round 5. Which means We need Shadow Prince. Okay, Airlu and Z are standing by. And going into losers round 5 next. So give the players a second to get in there. And we will continue on. We're going into losers round 5 next. Let me see if I have that up right. Yep, so it's going to be Why Am I Still Alive? Awake, rather. Versus the Crystal Beast. Let me play with my scoreboard. Why Am I Still Awake? Got a little bit of a team change. We got Nick Plant coming in for Protocam, who had to go to work. So don't go away, anybody. We have at least 2 more best of 3s, maybe a 3rd one, depending on if Wild Pimpkin loses the first final match. So we'll be right back. And yeah, stay tuned. Shouldn't be too much longer. Alright, I went AFK for a minute. It looks like I came back right in time. This is basically semifinals number 2 here. This is losers round 5. If you're following along at home with the bracket, I'll go ahead and link that in chat again. So yeah, so this is kind of semifinals because whoever wins this qualifies to fight against Wild Pimpkin. the grand finals, with Wild Pimpkin getting a one-match head start, essentially, since they did not lose any 2 out of 3s. The players are selecting their decks at the moment. Everything is looking good in Discord, so I think we're about ready to roll. Again, good time today. A little long, but we're making it through. Again, I appreciate everybody. Still have some great viewership, so thanks again, everybody, for tuning in, hanging out on your Saturday afternoon with us, or evening, wherever you may be. Crystal Beast. So we got 3 teams left, guys. Whoever loses this is out. Whoever loses this is out and about, and we'll be down to our final 2. Tosh and Wildkin just hanging out in that grand final spot, just waiting. Looks like Airlu and Sly Fox have their ordered weird decks that they have to use. Waiting on Sly Fox. Waiting on the Fox. Just waiting. And you wait, and you wait, and you wait, and you wait. And you wait, and you wait. That was a really obscure South Park reference, if anybody got that. Just, wait, there we go. Sly Fox ready's up. Now we can play. In the bottom, we've got Why Am I Still Awake? And up top, we've got Airlu and Z. Okay, let's look at our weird decks. Boar, Fox, Turret, Wire, Skunk, Ferret. See, these weird decks that have tier 1 in them, though. You know, like Airlu's got Toads and Moles. You don't think you can get something done with Toads and Moles. You got another thing coming. But other than that, it is a bit awkward. He's got Boar, Ferret, Mine, Cannon. And the intent isn't that, you know, these players are just given horrible decks. They're supposed to be, like, weird, you know, so I get that. And as far as this map goes, you know, I guess I like it better for the Crystal Beasts up here. They do have these 2 natural bases. They've got this high ground, which is always advantageous from a tactical position. You know, this base right here, it's kind of rough. I'd be surprised if Why Am I Still Awake can actually secure that base. Most likely, they're going to be taking these naturals that are a little bit in between and this like V shape they got going on, which seems reasonable. And then the rest of the map, it's actually kind of interesting now that I'm looking a little bit deeper at this. By the way, 4-farm double snake. What the heck? I don't think that's possible. Now, Z is one of the beginning players, but you don't have the economy to really support that. But that's still awesome. 4-farm, double tier 2. 5-farm Fox, Sly Fox, let's go. Get me back hyped up, man. I am genuinely hyped for that. But yeah, so pretty much everyone's going to get a natural, and then it's going to come down to there's only these two and then this in the center as possible third bases. So we're either going to have a slugfest where both teams just murder each other before we get to 30 bases, or it's going to come down to who can get so much map advantage that they can lock their opposing team out of taking one of the scarce 3-base options. Okay, the 5-farm Fox does get scouted by Araloo, who's only got a couple toads to his name, but does have a nice, fancy 8 farms. Meanwhile, Torak kind of went back to single tier 2, realizing, oh man, I want to do double snake, but numbers don't quite work to make it happen. Alright, the snake should be able to knock out this turret, just get a couple stacks on it and back off. Ooh, needs to be careful. Getting this snake pretty gosh darn low. No lizards here to really exacerbate that, though, and able to knock that snake out. Keep in mind the snakes will regenerate faster because they are reptiles back in territory. But this fox is almost here. It got paid for. Araloo's got mines. Araloo's always got mines, man. He's like one of the best mine players. So the fox is on the board. There's nothing really strong against the fox besides a couple things that are strong against the fox conditionally, right? Like if the mines are in the right spot at the right time, obviously super effective against the fox. Same with the snakes, but the fox does outrange the snake. Sometimes the snakes can get in if there's road, you know? Ooh, or this high ground, maybe the snake gets a hit. Oh, 1 stack of poison. There's the second stack hits, you need to get this fox immediately to the territory. I think maybe you can live in the territory. It's gonna be heckin' close. No, the fox does go down. Yeah, I was pretty sure 2 stacks is all it takes. But maybe I figured with the territory, you might be able to save it, but no. Dude, you guys are having this big Celsius weather chat in Twitch chat. Let's see how hot it gets. Yeah, it gets about 41 degrees Celsius in Florida in the summer. But we never get, let me see. The lowest we get is about -6 Celsius. Like, we typically go down to like 0 to 40 Celsius in Florida, but it's always really humid too. Really, really humid. It's been pretty mild as far as summer goes. I've been lucky enough to stay inside most of the time though, so it hasn't been a big deal for me. Humidity is rough though. Fun fact, if the air is overly humid, sweating does not remove heat from your body as well, which is one of the reasons why humid climates feel like they're so much hotter than dry climates. Like when I would go out to like the desert, like I've been out to like Arizona, Nevada, Las Vegas a couple times, it doesn't feel as hot. That's because your sweating process actually can take advantage of the latent heat of fusion, which is the energy stored within phase changes to cool your body. The US should 100% switch to metric, I agree. As a man who's an engineer by profession, I do like all my calculations in metric and then just switch over to imperial at the end, because imperial units are dumb and they don't make any sense. I 100% agree with metric system being superior. Yeah, Kelvin is more convenient in science, but Celsius is still pretty good. Like, Celsius makes sense Freezing point, water 0 degrees, boiling point 100, right? Good scale. Alright, so in this game, both players are getting up to 2 bases. Z's a little bit late, but has gotten out to 3 owls. Has Chaz switched to metric? Oh god. Lots of owls here for Torak. Definitely gonna get some damage done. Not gonna wipe this army completely, but definitely gonna kill some of these squirrels here. If they get a skunk, that'd be awesome. They actually might. They're really overrunning these squirrels. There are 3 owls. There's nothing to bat an eye at. Both skunks going down. Wow. Z just erasing this army. This is looking good for Crystal Beasts. Some of the chat has come in about me talking science. Hey man, I will talk science all the time. I lay some knowledge down on you. Alright. More and more mice coming in to harass. Airlu can back this up with toads. Like, if the mice get everything out of the way, then the toads can just connect with, like, mills, you know, delete people. Or the toads can just kill units. And this is looking more and more like a victory for the Crystal Beasts. Sly Fox and Nick kind of backed into a corner. Let's see, Sly Fox does have a couple boars. I think from here, Crystal Beasts just kind of win. Not to unhype this up. It looks like the damage has been done, you know, really on the back of these 3 owls, I feel like. And that's going to be it. Sly Fox tapping out. His ally's gonna have to follow suit as well. Sly Fox appears to be the lagger, because right when he leaves, everything is fine. Okay, so that means 1-0 to the Crystal Beasts. They just need one more match to qualify for the finals. Four hours in. Looks like this is going to be a 5-hour tournament. Jeez, Manelli. Just make sure everything's cool in the Discord. We should just be straightforward, and yeah, just be moving on to the next one. A couple more matches to play with this team, unless Crystal Beast managed to take another victory here. Alright, players are readied up. The Hoot Boys are clutch. Indeed, Rainbow Flag Guy. Indeed. I really feel like the Owls won that game. Just the constant value over time. Has anybody played The Last of Us 2? Anybody pick that up yesterday? I've been thinking about it. I have a lot of games to play though. Don't need to blow another 60 bucks. What granularity do you know Fahrenheit? I mean, the same way I know Celsius, I guess. You know, like freezing's like what, 32, boiling is 212 for water. Yeah, most people really only memorize the 32 degrees is freezing. I even always have to think about what is boiling for Fahrenheit. That 212 doesn't really stick in the head too well. I actually know a lot about temperature, as boring as that is. Relative humidity, dew point, wet bulb, saturation temperature, psychrometric charts. It's all mechanical engineering design stuff. Looks like we lost a player. Z left the lobby? It looks like Airlu and Z are in voice chat, so probably gonna come back here shortly. Just gotta wait. Okay, it looks like Z's having a bug. Trying to get that sorted out. Shouldn't be much longer. Alright, might go to a break screen while we're waiting, so don't go anywhere, guys. I'll come back when the players are ready. looks like we're back. Got some lag into the beginning of the match. Hopefully it clears up for these players. On the left, we've got Why Am I Still Awake? Over to the top right, we've got the Crystal Beasts. And this is a pretty short rush distance map. Erlu does have moles available. Both teams can kind of expand out to the southeast general area. But overall, I feel like there could be some serious aggression in this match. You know, the natural expansions. I'm curious if either team is going to take these forward mills. If so, you're going to really have to start fortifying it. I mean, Slyfox does have things like wire and turrets to help get there on that. But you could just kind of expand to the southeast for both sides a little bit more easily. So nothing crazy just yet. Both teams getting up to high levels of farms. Almost got that full 8 farm saturation. And Crystal Beasts on match point here, so they just need one more win to qualify for the finals. Z going for some pretty quick squirrels here. Pre-8 farm. Meanwhile, Slyfox, kind of been his signature all tournament long, are these very fast pre-8 farm tier 3s. Erlu gonna sneak some moles, gonna make it look like he was burrowing home. Gonna build that one mole warren. So far it hasn't been scouted by Why Am I Still Awake. He's gonna wait for those moles to build up, and he's gonna come in and try to backstab and knock out this warren. It's a bold play, but it could work out. Two moles remaining in the back there. The maps are randomly generated, Rainbow Flag Guy. Alright, here comes Erlu. His commander is getting low HP, but he is able to rally the moles. However, since his commander did die, they're just going to attack this tier 1 warren up front, but they are going to all go on to targeting the tier 3 warren next, and are going to be able to get this down. That is a huge win for the Crystal Beast here. Slyfox has got to be very frustrated about that. He's just going to rebuild the boar, but the mole warren still remains in the back. Slyfox, you got to get rid of that, man. I think he needs his teammate to come over here with the squirrels. Erlu. Oh, you gotta keep the mole warren there. No, don't rally him, he doesn't know. Oh, now he knows. Probably could have got 3 more moles there and done it again. Slyfox is just standing there. Maybe he's AFK. Alright, Nick is moving in. Now he's gonna see it. Erlu's gonna have to pack it up and go home. That would have been hilarious. That would have been hilarious if it worked again. Alright, some ferrets coming down. artillery cannon here as well. I like that arty cannon. These are some pretty important bases. If you can secure this area, it's really going to be a tough time for your opponent. Nick is getting out a lot of tier 1. This water does make it easier for the ferrets to land some shots, but no shots landed so far. The artillery ready to rail down. Meanwhile, Z's getting a quick expansion, getting a lot of lizards, just focusing on pure lizards as Erlu is building up to a boar. Nick moving forward, gonna take a lot of mine fire, but gonna try to get up on these ferrets and on this artillery cannon. The ferrets stay alive for now. And Erlu is getting a couple farms put up on that second base. Z just investing money and taking all the extra mills on the map. And they're closing in. Z and Erlu doing a wonderful job so far this tournament, really working together. And this might just be it for Why Am I Still Awake here. Slyfox taking some serious damage. The boar is out though. This is the opportunity. This is the timing attack. You go in, you pick the right angle. You maybe come out wide. This is what I'd probably want to do, rather than into the belly of the beast here. And again, this boar does have a nice structure crit. Can target down this artillery cannon pretty quickly. Alright, will this boar stand for Slyfox, or will it fall? And so too, Slyfox's hopes of winning this tournament. Let's see, Erlu and Nick really don't have, or Erlu and Torak really don't have much to fight off this. Torak's only got a bunch of lizards. Erlu's own boar is on the way though. And Slyfox, oh, gets backstabbed by Z with the few lizards that Z had. Wonderful play here. I was curious how Z was going to help out since those lizards would get roasted by the boar. Wonderful play by Z. Z's been actually doing really good these last few games. And now Erlu is ready to roll, moving in. With the boar at his back. Should be able to make quick work of Nick here. Trying to keep this boar alive, put it in the water, get some healing. That should be game. Congratulations to the Crystal Beasts for qualifying. Nick gonna go down with the ship there. There it is. So we have reached the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have the Crystal Beasts up against Wild Pimpkin. Let me make some scoreboard changes. So congrats to Erlu for Z, and Z rather, for winning that. And while we wait on these players to get here, let me make sure my scoreboard looks halfway decent. So this is a best of 3, but the Crystal Beasts got to win 2 best of 3s. Since this is a double elimination tournament. And Wild Pimpkin have not lost a map yet. So we go back to our bracket here. Crystal Beasts won. They're coming back up here, and now we're at the finals, which is also a best of 3. Let's see to get these players put together. So I guess we'll go on a break while that happens. Stick around. And finals should be starting shortly. Okay, looks like our players are here, ready to roll. So remember, Wild Pimpkin only needs to win once in a best of 3, where Crystal Beasts need to win 2 best of 3s. So let's get into it. The grand finals of 2v2's Bazaar Tournament, the training arc, is about to start. Okay, I was gonna say, I'd like to see them having mirror decks for the finals. And I love it, man. All tier 3 and an arty. That is hilarious. And that, honestly, like, to me, it really means that the apprentice players are gonna have to pull some weight. And I think Z and Wild Ken are both doing great jobs in that position. You know, you're very vulnerable with the decks that these experienced players have here. Overall, I think this is a wonderful finals. Airlu, Big Pimpitosh, both great players. Wild Ken, Z, also doing very well, but definitely beginners. At the bottom right, we've got the Crystal Beasts up against their opponents to the left, Wild Pimpkin. I do like that for the finals, we've got mirror decks out of Airlu and Tosh. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I think it's fun that they're so prohibitive, too. No tier 1, no tier 2 at all. You're really going to have to rely on your partner to get you through the early game. And you've got a lot of decision-making to do between those 5 tier 3. Really 6 tier 3. Because in a roundabout way, I consider Artillery Cannon like the tier 3 of defense, you know. 4-farm double out of Z. Was it scouted? It was scouted. They're right there in the center. As aggressive as Z can possibly place them. Z gonna transition into just a single 4-farm single there and get some more farms up. I think that's great, especially because Wild, a little bit of an overreaction. Lots and lots of defense coming out. So this opening from Z already kind of did damage. There's no point to lose Lizards here. Yeah, no lag here, which is nice. Do apologize about that, guys. I know it's painful to watch slideshows, but one thing that is cool about Tooth and Tail, our community is small, but we do have players from all over the world. So it's nice to see everybody coming together to play a few games. But no latency issues in this match, which is nice. First artillery cannon up here for Airlu. Gonna try to take control of all these mills. Now, we didn't really talk too much about the layout of the map because the early game was a little bit action-packed. But if it splits down the middle, it's pretty even. I guess I would like the side of Wild Pimpkin slightly better because they do have somewhat of a high ground advantage. So stuff like this early artillery is really, really going to matter. And look at these very ballsy warden placements here from Z. You know, really isolating the space. Going to make it difficult for this space to ever be taken for their opponents. And what is the first choice? We got an owl out of Airlu. Big Pimpitosh has already almost got his wolf out. None of that was scouted, so neither team is aware of the tier 3 from their opponents just yet. A little bit of a skirmish here in the middle. Tosh does have that wolf. Boost up the units of Wild Ken just a bit here. But it looks like Z's got plenty in position to push this back for now. Alright, this Wolf pushing back and forth with all these units, debating on whether or not to go in. Torak really starting to move and groove on this map, really starting to apply some pressure. Tosh knows it, doesn't want this area to fall to his opponents and just not, you know, start to contain, essentially. Araloo has the owl on the back, decided to go for quick double owl here. A couple artillery cannons to defend as well. And so far, Tosh has kept the Wolf alive, but Wildkin doesn't have a whole lot of supporting units anymore. Another Skunk falls, and Crystal Beasts are defending wondrously at the moment. This one Ferret weakened, but still looking to get some damage done. And now that the Crystal Beasts have pushed onto this high ground here, it's going to get very deadly. More and more artillery coming up. You know, this could turn into a checkmate very soon if Red and Green can't push out of here and start securing some bases. Wolf on the way for Araloo. In the meantime, these Ferrets just getting a lot done, but here comes the Badger, buffed by the Wolf, and let's see if Wildkin's got enough fodder to protect this powerful army from Tosh. Tosh has the Wolf buff Badger coming in, getting work done. One artillery cannon goes down. Most of the army is starting to be deleted. Getting onto more of these artillery cannon here, and does the Badger went down. But did the Badger do his job? Was it able to push Yellow and Blue back off of this high ground? It doesn't look like. It looks like Yellow and Blue is re-rallying. Tosh still has the Wolf up and running. One of the Skunks still remains here for Wildkin. This artillery is in range to shoot down this mill, which is nice. The clock's ticking. We're way past the 5-minute mark. The real problem is Yellow and Blue both have second bases here, and Red and Green have just been contained to one base, and it's just gonna go from bad to worse. Big Pimpintosh is a Swiss Army knife of tier 3 units, so everyone on the board but a Fox. It kind of makes sense. You really need to spend your energy focusing on microing this Badger here, so having the Fox as well wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. You don't want to need to be microing 2 units like that. And maybe this is it. Maybe Tosh and Wild were able to bust through. It looks like Araloo and Torak were doing so well, but the power of a revved up steroided Badger is just too much. Araloo taps out, and Torak along with him. Wild Pimpkin with a point up on the board. They are on match point now. If Wild Pimpkin win one more game, that is it for the tournament. So the question is, if we get a bracket reset and Araloo and Torak, you know, win the first 2 out of 3, do Araloo and Tosh keep this deck? I would love to see that. Looks like the apprentice players deciding what their last units are going to be before locking on in. Waiting on Z. Checking the Discord, make sure everything's good. Yep, everything looks good. I think Araloo and Z are just hammering out the end of their order. That is an important pick. It's in the bottom right. Looking in this tournament, looking to win here and now. We've got Big Pimpintosh and Wildkin representing Team Wild Pipkin. And over to the left, actually very spread out here. Really needing to win a lot of games in a row to take this tournament victory. We've got Araloo and Torak. Really, they need 2 in a row. And then they have to win the following best of 3. So, not like a crazy amount of wins in a row, I guess. You know what I mean. Look, I'm just trying to hype things up a bit, okay? 5-farm Lizard out of Wild. Really fast proxy mill on the opponent from Tosh. Does Araloo know? He doesn't. Even if he did, what can he do about it? What is Tosh gonna do? What can Z do? Z can build a balloon. Alright, Wildkin could maybe build some barbed wire over here. What's Tosh's plan? Is he going to build a proxy Artie? This is an Artie party game? Here it is. 5-farm Artie. Araloo is defenseless. He needs the help of Z, which is so far away. This map gym for them actually really does suck. I will say that. Normally you're not that far away from your opponent. But Torak needs to get these lizards over here ASAP. It might already be too late because Wildkin, with the proxy Warrens out on the map, already has their own lizards. Knows the only thing Araloo can do to get out of the checkmate here is get reinforcements from Z, and in response is going to come down and start harassing Z. Not letting this happen, and here comes the artillery cannon. Araloo in a lot of trouble here. The only thing he could have done, I guess, would have been to preemptively build an artillery cannon, right? Before Tosh's went down. Tosh with the 200 IQ plays here. Wildkin keeping Z busy in the bottom. Z is in a lot of trouble. No Warrens left. Wildkin is taking out Z. Tosh is taking out Araloo. And ladies and gentlemen, this might be it. Wildkin proudly eliminating the other apprentice player. Nothing Z can do anymore. Just gonna have to sit there and take it. Araloo, desperate, really wants to get this boar out. Main base going down. Oh my god, Tosh. Tosh managing to win with the artillery cannon in a 5 tier 3 artillery cannon deck. The lizards from Wildkin absolutely critical here in this comp. Araloo is toasted. He knows it. He's just sitting there. And now it's just Wildkin knocking out the rest of these mills. Oh my gosh. A little bit of an anticlimactic final, but I still think it was a cool map. Pretty nuts, though. Really smart strategy from Big Pimpintosh here. Araloo is going to be defeated here. So congratulations to Wild Pimpkin, to Big Pimpintosh and Wildkin for winning the tournament. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in to this event. A little bit of a longer one today. It looks like we clocked in just under 5 hours. But I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Thanks again for watching. Thanks Premium Bow and Marmu and Dizon and Heartseed for all the work coordinating the event, planning the event, preparing the event. I think it was a lot of fun. I had a blast. I will see you guys next time. I am starving. Time for me to get something to eat. So take care, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. And congratulations again to Wild Pimpkin, Big Pimpintosh, and Wildkin for winning the events. And I guess I will catch you all in Discord. See y'all later.